should be live. Hopefully live.
Live.
I'm not saying we're live yet. No, we're not. We're not early. But I had our friend Jesse on fire just showed up to the lobby right before we clicked go.
What's up?
So here we are.
Yep. Just getting back from Mexico.
Yeah. Me and Jesse both been out of town, so we got a fun one for you guys tonight. We're going to talk about, I'm sure, two things you're all very well aware of that have happened since we were on vacation, Jesse, which is the Miami nightclub event that's burning the manosphere. I guess I call it the fake alpha male universe, Jesse, over on our other channel.
Yeah, I'm always surprised by how many people are willing to refer to themselves as alpha males. I find that just weird.
Super cringe.
Yes.
Yeah. And then we're going to talk about TPUSA suing the shit out of everybody, which Jesse has done some content on that. So he'll help us out with that. Have you, did you find out, Jesse, are you getting sued? I know you were waiting to get home to find out if you're getting sued or not.
Yeah, I don't think so. I mean, I think, well, they sent out cease and desists, and I was in Mexico, so I haven't gotten one, but I know, in the event that I was going to get one, I had not received it at the time that I was doing the coverage in Mexico. So I'm clear,
For now.
Yeah, for now. But I don't think, throwing one at Candace though is listen, the whole thing with cease and desist is ultimately it's just a threat. Like that's what it is. Like it's a threat.
Yeah.
And you're banking on it being scary enough that people will stop talking about it, because if people go, I have an idea, how about go fuck yourself? Now you either have to sue them or not. But if you do, then you have to get into discovery and all that. And like my guess is the last thing TPUSA wants to get into is a situation where people have legal right to investigate their books to see if they're committing fraud or whatever. Like, you know what I mean? Seems
on the
empty.
finances, especially.
Yeah.
Why would they want to open that up? But they're doing it because, I mean, as far as I understand, Candace got one too now, right?
She did, and that was kind of my point. Is I'm easy. Like I don't actually care about this shit. They're like, hey, shut up. I'm like, all right, geez. Whoa, I didn't know you guys saw my videos. Where like Candace already went. She's like, she started talking about them last night. She's like, I don't like getting legal letters when I tell the truth. And I'm like, if they wanted her to not talk, then that was probably a bad. But who knows what the hell is going on with that? She said so much shit that I'm surprised they haven't sued her, to be honest.
Yeah, I saw Ian joking about that. We got some of Ian's clips, and he was like, I haven't been sued. Valhalla hasn't been sued. Jesse hasn't been sued.
Yeah.
Baron hasn't been sued. So it's interesting to me that like those of us that have done the most coverage of the Charlie Kirk stuff, they don't have any interest in the lawsuits there. But I don't know. But the finances, it's interesting how as soon as the money started getting talked about, they were like, nope.
Yeah, that's enough of that conversation, you guys. Find another angle. I'm like, dude, we literally were talking about you guys trafficking children potentially in Romania. Though that's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine. Just don't look at where some of these 1099 contractors are what they're doing or whatnot.
Or you can talk about like, hey, looks like the your security detail let him die. And they're like, that's fine. Yeah, we don't have any problems with you talking about that. But as soon as you bring up the money, you got to keep quiet. All right, let's jump into it. We got two segments tonight. We're going to talk about the manosphere, the fake alpha male universe, whatever we want to call it, in the red-pilled universe. This is huge news right now in that these gentlemen, I saw some people upset I called them the autistic Avengers. Well, first of all, there's multiple autistic people here, objectively autistic, like Clavicular is autistic. But there they are. These are the boys, all right? So
this is all I know too. Like you're gonna have to catch me up.
Jesse's
I saw this post, and that's it. Like when it was in our group chat and we were commenting on people's height. That's the totality of what I know. Yeah,
and look, autism isn't even an insult, but I mean, it is what it is. Well, the thing here's the thing, guys. They're calling themselves the right-wing Avengers now, so we can't not make fun of what they're calling themselves. Anyway, so here's who it was. You had, let's see, you got the Tate brothers, Fuentes, Myron, Sneeko, Justin. I don't know his name. I know he's friends with the Tate brothers, and then Clavicular, the new 20-year-old red pilled. Do you know anything about Clavicular, Jesse?
I know that he openly does crystal meth.
Yeah, we got some clips of him talking about that as well.
Yeah.
And what they decided to do was go to a Miami nightclub, have some fun, and unfortunately decided to play Kanye West's controversial song that we all know. And the fallout from that, we're going to talk more about the fallout than the event, guys, has been pretty wild, ranging from them being banned, I guess, from everywhere in Miami to Andrew Tate basically going on this big apology tour, the Kiss the Wall tour, I guess we could call, blaming all of it on everyone else. You know, he would never say anything bad about our greatest ally. We got a bunch of clips to look at. So I want to get, what's your thought initially, Jesse, on, again, I know you're just learning about this, the decision to go into a Miami Beach nightclub. And if you guys don't know about Miami, there's a certain demographic that owns everything there.
Yeah.
And playing the most Jewish song you could possibly imagine. What's your opinions on the surface
about that? I
think
that sounds like a group of 16-year-olds of that size, and someone goes, we should throw a rock through that window. They're like, no, dude, we should tear the pipes off that thing. And then like everyone knows like this is the worst idea ever, but nobody has the balls to be like, let's not do that, dude. Like, let's just not do that. Like that has to be how that, like that got spun up, because maybe they just thought because there was so many of them that they could spread the guilt out and it wouldn't matter that much. You'd be like, hey, dude, I'll just blame it on Fuentes. And they're like, I'll just blame it on Clavicular. He just ran some kid over and got away with it. Like,
he's 20 years old, 20-year-old idiot.
20, yeah. But, I mean,
are you offended by the decision?
I mean, not offended. I wouldn't have done it. Yeah. I wouldn't have done it.
Right.
I'd have been like, dude, you guys, this is the like our collective famous is pretty fucking famous, man. Like, right. I don't, like whatever
people are going to see this.
Yeah.
The world is people are going to see this.
Yeah. They took away his ability to bank, dog. Like Kanye got kicked out of the fucking country. I don't want to get kicked out of the fucking country. Like this isn't that big a deal.
So for me, I've said this 100 times, and I've talked about Fuentes or Tate or whoever. I do not care about dumb shit that these people say. I don't care about songs. And that includes the left too. When it comes, like I said this before, when Hassan comes out and says, the United States deserved 9/11. I'm like, am I personally offended? Am I going to cry about it? Am I going to call for him to get deplatformed? No, I'm like, what a douchey thing to say. I'm going to move on with my life. Yeah. I could not give a fuck less that they decided to play this song, that they were having a good time. However, I will say there is the FAFO side of this. You decide to fuck around and find out. And if you go, like we said, down to Miami Beach to a nightclub that is owned by a very specific demographic and play that song, I also think like you shouldn't be fucking shocked when you eat the repercussions of those actions either. Not that I agree with it. It also kind of shows the fact that they're just somehow banned everywhere now. It's like
what kind of ban? What kind of ban are we talking?
Well, I'll show you down in Miami Beach. Apparently, like every restaurant that they've tried to go to now, like Clavicular has tried to go to the next night, like they wouldn't let them in anywhere. No restaurants, no hotels, no nightclubs, everywhere in the city. They basically are like, you're banned completely. Oh, and that's also like supposedly in a lot of places across the country. But that also to me shows it's like, hey, for the Jewish side of things, not a great job at beating the stereotypes. Like these guys played a song in a nightclub and all of a sudden they're somehow universally banned across the fucking country. It's like, not a good way to show that you don't own everything.
Yeah, dude. That's the thing though, dude. It's like, that's why I try to avoid fucking with these guys directly, is because like, I don't fight battles I can't win. You know, like if I know I can't win, then I try not to fight in general. Like if it becomes a thing that is such a big deal to me that I just can't keep my mouth shut. Like when Ben Shapiro was advocating for us to bomb Iran, I was like, no, that's too much. That's too much. But like in terms, like this is a move that benefits no one. It's not a big deal. It's just some dumb troll, and it's inevitable that they're going to find out. And the song is called, it's literally, it's Kanye West.
Yep.
I mean, I don't even want a clip of me saying the title of the fucking song. You know what I mean?
Well, the good thing is I've got a channel we're going to watch that's going to give us some clips for exactly that reason, because I know it's going to be safe. And that's going to be Brett Cooper's channel. Yeah. Brett Cooper covered this. And if anybody's going to be safe about it, it's going to be Brett Cooper. So I want to show some of the clips that she showed. She has a super funny episode, in her opinion, talking about this. I think this is a clavicular bragging to girls about doing methamphetamine, I believe.
Oh my God, dude.
I get drunk, I get retarded. Yeah, but I usually don't drink.
Oh, what do you do?
Meth.
Oh. Straight to the point.
You know? You guys ever do meth?
No, clavicular. Nor do not do meth. All of the other older guys, they're giving him it's like how to date or not date women.
I don't take bitches to dinner.
I never.
Ever.
Yeah,
ever.
Yeah, bitch.
I don't know if there's like a thought going through his head. It's like, I'll take bitches to dinner. And he's like, oh, yeah, definitely not. What? What is going on?
The only dinner a woman will ever go to with me is when I'm meeting other men. But like a one-on-one dinner with a girl is a mistake and a waste of fucking time and money.
3 hours of
flight. Oh my God. Pause that real quick.
Yeah. Well, let's talk about that. And I wanted to get your, feelings on. And again, this is why I call it the fake alpha male universe, right? Like I spend a lot of time on my other channel, kind of dogging these guys. What's your thought on that advice to young men?
That kind of shit is a fucking joke to me. Like guys like that, I literally look at it. I'm like, you think that you know shit about like that? Listen, it's a mistake to ever go to dinner one-on-one with a girl. It's like
with your significant other, like your girlfriend, or your wife.
How are you ever going to find a quality chick if if you've ruled out going to dinner with a girl? It's like that guy is I don't know. I have no idea who that guy is, but I will say that dude looks about as fucking alpha to me as like my 6-year-old daughter, dude. You know, like that. If I was in a room with that guy and he was all check it, bro, with his fucking cigar, and he's telling me about how hey, bro, don't ever take a chick out to dinner. I'd be like, why?
Yeah.
Like, hey, are you used to talking to fucking teenagers and dumb fucks who don't know shit about girls? Because like, explain your fucking brilliant logic to me, bro. You know what I mean? It's like so dumb.
It seems just like kind of super gay too. Like their takes on this is like, dude, it's so lame hanging out with chicks. Like if my boys aren't with me, like I don't want to even hang out with chicks. And you're like, what, dude? Because I remember, I don't know, when we were younger in our 20s, Jesse, like anywhere I went where like there wasn't girls, that was like a lame party. You know what I mean? It's all dudes here, and you're like, I want to get the fuck out of here. But these guys are always just like, nah, dude. If it ain't all boys, then I'm out, dog.
I mean, I loved hanging out with my buddies, like, but we would be like, getting ready, and then we go find girls, and we'd hang out, and whatever. It's like, but I mean, is that dude who just is that guy like someone who people know? The dude,
So he's Justin Waller, I think his name is. To be honest, I think he's like probably the most successfully legit out of the whole group. I believe he owns a big construction company, and that's how he made his money. But I mean,
inherited it from his dad, but not.
Yeah, I don't know the whole backstory. I mean, I'm guessing. So probably, but yeah, I don't, dude. He's one of the Tate's really good friends, and it's that typical thing of like women are fucking dumb, right? The boys, like it's all about hanging out with the boys, and it's like, dude, that was cool. Like for these young dudes, like Clavicular's 20, right? Like that's fine. Fuentes is like 27. I think Sneeko's in his early mid 20s. Dude, like I'm not gonna judge those young dudes for like acting that way, but like Justin Waller, Andrew Tate, you're our age. You're like 40. And so it's maybe time to like maybe grow up a little bit, Peter Pan. You know what I mean? When we're talking about like how stupid girls are, and you'll never catch me at dinner with a girl. It's like, it's kind of gay, dude.
It's so stupid.
I don't know.
It's also not gangster at all. Like the way I carried it, or like the way that I would respect a guy who was living that life is like, yeah, I have a lot of girls that I hang out with. It's like, if you can just the more girls that you can have kind of like friendly hookup relationships with while not having to lie to any of them, like that's gangster to me, where it's like, yeah, they all know about each other. Like, dude, I'll have them at my house all at the same time. We're like all friendly. It's just one of those things that, because I can make each of them feel individually special and collectively special at the same time. Like I have a buddy like that. It's just like, it's like a fucking superpower. I was like, I don't know how this guy does this, but like the fucking, hey, these, don't ever be one-on-one with these bitches. It's like, shut up, you fucking idiot, dude. You're like, shut up.
All right, I want to do a couple more clips that Brett had pulled up that are just funny. This is them, I believe, talking about politics and the next presidential election.
When Tristan Tate tried to talk about politics with him.
I said I was going to vote for Gavin Newsom because he mocked JD Vance. You know what I mean? I called JD Vance a fat subhuman.
I heard that. And I would advise you that you're wrong. However, you're an American, and I'm an American, so I don't tell other Americans who to vote for. I never have. You vote for whoever you like. But if Gavin Newsom's running against JD Vance, I will be voting for JD Vance, and that's my vote. And you can do it with yours.
Now, the reason why this clip is so funny to me is because it starts off with Clavicular like thinking that he's going to have this mic drop moment. He's smirking. He's like, they're going to love this. Yeah, I went viral for saying that Gavin Newsom mocked JD Vance, and that's why I voted for him. And then Tristan's like, no, that is an absolutely idiotic idea.
That's so. He did that. He did that on the Michael Knowles podcast.
I saw that.
Which was a funny clip, but I also, and this is going to be important when we talk about the Kiss the Wall tour that the Tate brothers are under. I found it like very bizarre that Andrew Tate immediately is like jumping to the defense of JD Vance. I have seen, and there's a lot of rumors that potentially the Tate brothers got pulled out of prison in Romania through some help from Donald Trump. And so I'm not going to be too judgmental of that, but I mean, we're talking about the guys who, like, they're the edgelords, right? Like the based, Andrew Tate's the based edgelord that can say whatever he wants. And as we kind of move into the next part of the show, we're going to find out that's all sort of gone away, right? It's kind of, isn't that kind of weird that like the Tate brothers are now the establishment guys?
I
like
wonder
the MAGA guys.
That honestly, both those things could be true at once, because it's like, if Trump did step in and get those guys out of the situation they were in Romania somehow, well, JD Vance and, JD Vance would then be an extension of Trump. And then also, who else is an extension of Trump? Can you know, hey, is Trump about to make $50 billion and, developing a war-torn area in the Gaza Strip potentially? It's like, because like, dude, you get me out of that situation that he was in. You asked me to do backflips in a fucking schoolgirl outfit on national television, and I'm doing it. If he calls, he's like, you need to make this right. I'm going to make it right, dude. So it's like those things could connect, where that's why he's potentially doing it. I don't know.
I'm not being judgmental about, and we're going to get into some of the big clips here. I'm not judgmental of if the Tate brothers are like, hey, we got some bills to pay based off of the administrating getting us out of prison. Like, okay, that's fine, but you can't then also still be the young red-pilled based guy. You know what I mean? Like, you have to sort of, it's like Dan Bongino. Like, Dan Bongino cannot go back to being the based anti-deep state guy.
No, he can't.
Like, the ship sailed.
Yeah.
And it looks like we're in that ship has sailed moment, and you haven't seen this, but this is really where it all comes down to, is the Tate brothers and Andrew went on, of course, straight to the PBD podcast to apologize to everyone.
Oh my God, I haven't seen this.
They did a whole podcast, and basically Andrew Tate came here and, had to blame everything on everybody and apologize and explain how he's not anti-Semitic, or, he's got all these business dealings in Israel that we're learning about, I guess. But let's watch a little bit of this, and then I've got better clips after that. I just wanted to show this is a couple big podcasts that he's run to in the last couple of days to do the apology tour.
There was some extracurricular activities going on in Miami, some songs being played, some text messages, phones blowing up. And
I didn't hear what happened.
Yeah, so there was this group of guys that were hanging out playing this song in a city, Miami, where most of the clubs are owned by this community that the song was bashing, that, you know, by Kanye West, and then everybody reacted. As a matter of fact, why don't we do this, Tate, to just kick it off?
Sure.
Good to have you back on here.
I'm glad to be back with the guys.
This looks like the cigar lounge from Madrid.
This is the Hasbro Mouthpiece apology tour.
Dude,
right?
I've been at that place, the exact like that area that they're at. I actually have been there. I went to their studio. This is actually like a separate building that's like their like after hours club thing. And it's pretty sick. They were just setting it up when I was there, like, I don't know, a few years ago. But that's interesting. Why didn't Tristan do this too? They're like, there's no room for you.
Oh no, he did. I've got a bunch of clips. We're not going to play this from here because I have all the good clips pulled off of it. But I just wanted to show you, like, this, of course, is where the apology tour starts.
Yeah.
He's got to, of course, apologize to Adam the entire show because Adam's Jewish, right?
And he owns clubs too, doesn't he?
Yeah, I believe so. And so that's, of course, what he's got to do. I did want to show this clip real quick, though, because this just popped up. When we're talking about free speech, Netanyahu is one of the biggest proponents of free speech. And I think this is important, Jesse, is we're talking about guys who are potentially being canceled completely and deplatformed and debanked because they played a song. And this is what he has to say about that.
Kind of an ideology says that if you speak out, free speech, you speak out against them, you'll be killed, you'll be murdered. Do we go out and shoot people who are speaking against us in America? Do we say, you know, you have death threats if you support the Hamas? That's ridiculous.
Okay, so So Netanyahu just came out and his response was, it's absolutely ridiculous. Like, we would never, ever kill somebody that spoke ill about our country. And that this is recently after this happened that, hey, we have nothing. He's got no problem with this free speech, but it doesn't seem like that's been the reaction from this community. And again, look, I think we both agree, like, is this a dumb fucking thing to do?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, of course it fucking is dumb. Is there repercussions of this? But at the same time, if there's is there any other community in the United States where you could play a song that offends them and they would be deplatformed, debanked? They couldn't go to restaurants. They couldn't go to nightclubs, like across the entire city. The mayor would come out and denounce them, force them to have to apologize, which has happened. The mayor of Miami is calling for apologies for them to be allowed back into the city. Is there any other demographic and community where a song could be made that was offensive to that and this would happen? Like, just think off the top of your head. Is there any other community?
But like, I mean, these guys own everything, you know, so they're just like, and it's like, it's such a small group of, because like, that's the thing is when Nick Fuentes talks about this, sometimes I'm like, you know, like he's making too big of generalizations where I would say like, there is a very like a small group of them that fucking own everything, like own everything, where they can just flex on people just like this. I mean, like 3 phone calls. They're all, hey, these guys are done, and they're like, all right, they're done. You make 3 phone calls, and you got all the clubs in Miami.
The entire city shuts you down.
Yeah.
And like you said, in a 2 phone calls in the entire city, you're completely blacklisted.
Yeah.
And like I said, just this is the mayor of Miami. He's got, you know, an interesting backstory I've been looking into, but of course, you know, this is what it is, right? Like, voters elect Jewish attorney Stephen Miner as Miami Beach's new mayor. Like, this is the environment you guys are operating in as young content creators. And again, I think it's ridiculous, but I also am like, I'm not shocked at all that this has happened to you guys.
Mm-mm.
In fact, I think it's exactly what we would expect.
And they live in Miami too. Those guys, like
some of them do, yeah.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure Myron does. I'm pretty sure Clavicular does. I know Sneeko did, or at least Sneeko did.
I think Sneeko does too.
Yeah.
Or no, Sneako's in New York now, I think. But they're down there a lot because it's such a content creation hub for the like the in real life streamers.
Yeah, yeah.
This is like because they're always out at the nightclubs for the young kids and stuff like that. But it's like also, I mean, we look at things strategically with our content creation. Like if me and you know, hey, if I do this, it's probably gonna deplatform my channel,
dude.
Like I'm gonna not when it's that like viscerally dumb. Like, hey, don't play the Heil Hitler song in the Jewish nightclub.
It sounds so ridiculous when you say it out loud, too, dude.
You know, I mean, I don't think, but I will say there's context to this though. Like the DJ is the one who decided to play the song. The nightclub allowed it to happen. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, I was going to ask, how exactly did that, like who put that song on and press play, and how did that happen?
Great question, Jesse. That's going to bring us into our next clips as we try to figure that out, because there's a lot of finger pointing that's going on between all of these guys right now. So again, let's see what Andrew had to say.
Sneako has insulted me endless times, especially across the last 4 years. I haven't seen him in years and years and years. But maybe, maybe it's the man code in me. He's insulted me so many times, and I could sit here and throw him under the bus, but it's just not who I am as a person. It's Clav and Nick who reached out to me. You're in America. We've never met before. Come through. We're with Sneako. Is that okay? My reply was, Sneako always has some crybaby issue with me. If he's not going to cry his eyes out, he can come. And he came along, and he made a fucking mess. And I could sit here and blame it all on him. But that's truthfully not. I don't know. That just feels wrong to me. I'm not going to sit here and say who else it was. I'm just going to say I didn't do it. I'm just going to say that I didn't play the song. I don't.
Well, also, look how happy they all are, Jesse.
Hold up. He's saying Sneako did it, dude?
Well, yeah, and I'm going to show you another clip. Yep.
Find the song funny. I didn't think it was appropriate to do. It's someone else's decision. You can drag him up here.
I mean, you can. And here's the thing. Here's Tristan. Hands up, laughing his ass off. There's Andrew. I'm not going to play the whole song because I don't want us to get in trouble, obviously. And then Lionel, let's switch to this one real quick, and then we'll talk about it. This is Sneako reacting to him just straight up saying it was Sneako.
Well, my position would say Sneako's insulted me a whole bunch of times. He's going to insult me again next week. That's all he ever does is flip flop.
Oh, wait, hold on. This what's it?
Yeah, Sneako reacts to Andrew Tate snitching on him.
I think it was this one. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not going to play these two because you can see by the Roman salutes and Tristan Tate laughing his ass off. But yeah, we'll have the clips here in a minute. But yeah, so Tate came out on the PBD podcast and blamed it all on Sneako. He said Sneako was the one that put the song on. I didn't want him to. I can't believe they did this to me. Sneako came out and said, I actually wasn't even the one that ever did it.
But at the same time, I'm going to say, I don't believe that Sneako did it. That's why I asked. It's like Sneako, I don't think he would be the one that would do that. Like my personal hypothesis. I'd put that on Clav. I'd put that on Clav,
Yeah. Yeah. Almost guaranteed for sure.
Yeah.
Which we're going to get into reactions from all the individuals. Okay. We're going to go through Tate's first because his is the big crybaby apology tour. But here's what I was going to say. When you look at that group, any like group of men you go out in, there's going to be like, especially in like very, very successful situations like that, there's going to be like a hierarchy tier, right? And when you have the Tate brothers, you've got Fuentes, Sneako, you've got Clavicular, who's a 20-year-old kid. You've got, who's Andrew Tate? He's the top G.
Yeah.
That's his whole thing, right? Which means he's the 40-year-old dude. He's the top G. You're in charge, dude. Like, this is your persona. To me, this is my big criticisms with Andrew Tate over all of this. I don't even give a shit about what the young kids did because they're dumb fucking young men. Imagine us doing shit at 20.
Yeah.
Andrew Tate's a 40-year-old dude, successful. His whole spiel is he's the ultimate alpha male. He's the big dog in charge. So if you're the big dog in charge, how about if you think something's fucking wrong in the bus or in the nightclub, you're the one that says, hey, shut that fucking shit off.
Yeah.
Because you're going to ruin my brand, you fucking idiots. And you say that to the young dudes and they go, oh shit, we don't want to piss off the top G.
Yeah.
That's not what he did. He partied and he laughed and he joked and he thought it was a great time. And then when all the shit hits the fan the next day, what does he do? He immediately runs off, folds, blames all the young kids, right? The 40-year-old dude who's in charge of the situation passes all the blame. In the military, right? Military leadership, this is like this, you cannot do this.
Sacrilege.
Like the team sergeant, the team daddy, the guy in charge, he runs the show. And so that means like you shut the dumb shit down, which a lot of dumb shit happens in nightclubs and bars with, you know, Green Berets and Navy SEALs. And Team Daddy comes in and says, enough's enough. But at the same time, when the bad shit happens, to me, Andrew Tate's got to be the one that's like, look, yeah, we fucking did it. Too bad. Cry about it. Move on with your lives. In my opinion. What's your opinion on that situation? Who you think's at fault in the nether there?
I mean, I agree with everything that you're saying for sure. That I like what I'm actually doing is I'm trying to triangulate it, like which of those guys would have been behind doing it. I would guess it is Fuentes and Clav.
Yeah.
Clav's idea. Fuentes laughs and he actually thinks it's going to be funny. The other guys are kind of just there and then it's on and they don't, you know, I can tell you this, there's not going to be if I'm there in that group, like, you know, it's super loud. That's the one thing I will give him. I'll give him a little bit of leeway on is in those places so fucking loud. You can't like, but I'll tell you what I won't be doing is dancing with my hand up. I'm getting down.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? Like that's I'm not getting a fucking clip of me dancing to this shit, dude.
Right.
You know, but I would, my bet would be on Clav and Fuentes. They're both young. They are also both kind of don't like, they're like, don't give a fuck. Like he's out talking about how he does meth.
Oh yeah.
Like
and we're,
you know what I mean?
And we're going to see the two guys who did not apologize and said, fuck you. Were Clav and Myron as well. So Clav, Myron, and Sneeko, I think is kind of like, cause he's taken all the brunt of it. Because he's being blamed for it. I think he's a little bit upset, but like Clavicle, Sneeko, or Clavicle, what's his name? Clavicle. Anyway,
Clavicular.
Sorry, clavicular.
Yeah.
Nick and then Myron were just like tripled down, and they were like, "It's a fucking song. Fuck off."
Yeah, I could see. Well, Myron, I could just see his reaction being like, "Fuck it, let's fight." Like, you know, like if they bring heat at us, we'll just fight it. You know, like I could see that. I could see that.
Which I have, let's see, we'll get to the reactions are funny, but this was Clavicular reacting to Myron's response. This is what Myron decided he was going to do with his response following everybody being upset. This is after this is Clavicular reacting to Myron.
$1. What about a Japan stream or any other country and see how girls in other countries feel about you or do whatever? Down the line, of course.
So as you can see,
we'll
stop that there. But as you can see, obviously Myron doesn't give a fuck
at all.
Nick doesn't give a fuck, and to me. I don't have to agree with these guys' takes or what they're doing to say that's the appropriate response. If you're going to be the based, red-pilled, doing crazy shit content creator, you have to go all in. You just got to stand on your business and be like, yep, I fucking did it.
Yeah. I don't like the one thing I don't feel like I have a really strong, like, I don't watch any of their stuff really, you know, like I watch some Myron I watch sometimes, but like Myron, I know, dude, he's all in on put that song on, you know, like his entire brand is like,
he was throwing the Roman salutes in pictures. Like he was full bore with it, which again, like do whatever you want. But like, I'm going to give guys like Myron way more credit. Cause he's like, yeah, I did it. Fuck off.
Yeah. Yeah. And then, and Fuentes also, he's always all in on that stuff. I just can't remember if like, I don't know, like if Andrew Tate kind of, carries it that hard. Like, does he talk about Israel a lot? I honestly don't really know.
We'll talk about all the things he's saying now, which is what we're going to move to next is his sort of excuses and his apology tour, which it's going to get real bizarre real quick on these clips.
It is what it is. I understand how these things get attached to my name. It's very inconvenient for me. I have Jewish business partners. I have tech teams in Israel. I have things going on. And I have tech teams in Israel.
So
man,
there's more.
Yeah,
there's a bunch more that he let slip in these recent podcasts where he's rebuttaling everything. Oops.
I think the Gaza situation was putting a huge spotlight on Israel. That seems to have died down now. The flotilla's gone and the bombing has stopped. That's a big part of it. But I do believe there is a huge percentage of the young male population which are so disenfranchised with the system that they're looking for somebody to blame.
Ooh.
If you want to get someone on here to discuss whether the Israelis or the Jews are actually to blame, well, that's going to be Nick, because I believe he's more qualified than I. I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is that young men are waking up in a world where they stand no chance of having any of the things their fathers had.
It gets more and more and more as we start to get more clips of, I've got Jewish donors and tech teams in Israel, and I'm not here to say anything bad about our greatest ally, which is fine, but like, that's not who he was. There's clips of him throwing Roman salutes, laughing to this same Kanye West song a year ago.
Yeah.
So
yeah, I mean, I can't keep up with like his brand reinventions, you know, like it's like he was completely like, he wanted to be as controversial as possible. He didn't care, whatever. He then he went to prison or he went to jail, I think. And then when he came, he at some point was like, he reinvented himself and now he's Muslim. And there was all
I don't think he is anymore now. I think because he's got like gambling. Well, he's like running like gambling websites and porn not anymore, not running porn websites anymore, but like I know there's
he was in the casino business with those Romanian, with the Romanian organized crime guys, and they actually cut him loose because his online shit was causing too much heat for them, is what I heard. Like his profile got too big, and so they had to cut him. Like they cut him loose or whatever.
And so what's going to get even more interesting is immediately after this happens, and he goes on his apology tour, he's got to sit down with Shapiro Capital. As they him and his brother sit down to do a podcast with, Shapiro Capital. Obviously, this looks like some type of investment that's potentially coming soon, right? I looked into Shapiro Capital. I believe they do, capital investment and real estate investment and some other different things. But you're just like, this was 2 days after this nightclub incident. And again, the Tate brothers are on this big apology tour.
Yeah.
And it's just like that, but that's not what your guys' brand is, dude.
Mm-hmm. It just depends.
It wasn't.
It just depends what they are doing behind the scenes. Because basically it's okay. I'll say it like this. Like if they did if there's some moment where they get offered money as an influencer to start throwing propaganda, I have zero respect for that. I like guys that do that. I have no respect for. But if what they're doing is they've escalated to a different level of entrepreneurship where they are actually going into partnerships with kind of big players, and they're doing some huge real estate deal, or they've got financing behind some, where they're making big plays, and these guys are guys like him, and they're like, dude, we're gonna fuck this deal up over this dumb shit. We ended up out with these idiots. It's like I can understand like doing whatever you have to do to placate business partners in things that you've been working on. I can get behind that. But if they took money to piss propaganda, that is the pussiest shit ever. You know what I mean?
Here's a meme. Just a meme that popped up. So somebody obviously edited this. And obviously the comment sections everywhere you look, it's pretty brutal. But to your point, I think this is what they're trying to claim and what he's trying to claim. And so I got a couple clips on that where he's talking about like they're elevated to a point now where they have to act differently.
Never said anything positive about Israel in my life ever. But I think this whole anti-Semitic movement online, if we're going to actually truthfully address it as professionals, has it gotten out of control? I'm not sure. If I walk down the street and someone comes up to me and says, hey, Andrew, hey, I'm a huge fan. Hi, I'm from Israel. I'm say, okay, can I have a picture? Sure. Am I supposed to punch them in the face? Am I supposed to pull out a knife and stab them?
It seems like that's what some people want you to do.
If someone comes up to me and says, hey, Israel's government is justified in their genocide, I can say, no, they're not. I think their genocide is completely disgusting. I disagree with nearly everything the Israeli government does. I've never.
And then, hold on real quick. I want to move to one where he's basically being, I don't know if it's threatened or claiming to be threatened, but why they can't talk about what they used to talk about. sort of the two different juxtaposition. Was it this one? Or was it this one?
I thought that said 30-day gayathon.
Oh. Let's see. Hold on, sorry. We got so many here. Was it this one?
What is that? Gathon?
Oh, this is clavicular clip. Wrong clip. We got that one.
Yeah, but what is that? What's that word, dog?
Oh, here we go. This is what I'm looking for. This is exactly what you were just talking about. Exactly what you were just talking about with the accepting money from exactly what we're talking about. It was this one.
Offered $50 million in a sponsorship contract to shut up about certain subjects, and I declined. I'm not going to say who it's from, but what you will notice with a lot of these brands is that they all go back to the same conglomerates anyway. It's all Vanguard, BlackRock. So they approached me and they said, here's 50 million, but you have to shut up about this, this, and this, and you have to have a certain opinion on this and this, and there's a war going on right now, don't talk about this, etc. Take the money. And I said no. And then it slowly descended into veiled threats. It said that, look, the media is going to say bad things about you, but we give the media a lot of money in advertising. So if you work for us, they're not going to say bad things about you because they don't want to lose their advertising contract. So basically they're saying that the media is all manipulated and that they control it. And I said no. And they said, but what if you get in legal trouble? If you get in legal trouble, you're going to need the best lawyers and the best PR team. I'm like, get in legal trouble for what? And 3 months later, I was in jail.
I believe that. I believe that story.
I believe that story too. But now when we see the reaction to something like this, it starts to make you go, huh? Because that was obviously from before. And you start going, is this the reason why you're on this big apology tour?
It's possible.
So is it threats? Is it to your point of like, hey, we're trying to elevate beyond the point of just streamers to these big business deals that like I have no idea about if that's what it is, but I mean you brought that up. But also keep in mind, like these dudes are still in legal trouble, international legal trouble, and you may want to stay on the good side of the Trump administration, and obviously that means not pissing off a certain demographic of people. Maybe that's what it is.
It sounds like the implication is that the people who are offering him that money were also like, look, this is a silver or lead situation, guy. Oh, you don't want the money? It's like, hey, be a shame if you end up in legal trouble. You think that we can't touch you in Romania, guy? We could get a warrant for you for fucking 15 grand over there, bud. You know what I mean? It's like,
yeah. But this is another podcast he just did. Just all of a sudden, we're talking about these very, very specific things that, again, is it threats? What is it? Because it's just weird that he's talking about these same things. This was another, I forget the blonde-haired guy's name, another big podcast that he did on the apology tour where he talks about this.
You know what would teach the world a lesson, Jack? If tomorrow I took a $500 million check and went and made Hollywood movies and just deleted Twitter and then let all these poor people watch my movies and pay me more money, and I can wear Versace, I can fuck hoes and spray champagne. I'll show you sellout. Continue, world, and I'll show you sellout. You know what would teach?
So again, this just happened where he keeps talking about like, yeah, if you want to see a sellout, I could be a sellout. Yeah, world. You don't understand what it's like. You don't understand the threats I'm getting. You don't understand what I have to deal with. And part of me is like, okay, I like we talked about, I understand that, but that's not your brand.
Yeah.
That's not your brand at all. You're not the, hey, I'm scared that they're going to kill me, so I got to shut my mouth and do whatever they tell me. Like, that's not the Tate brand, right? That's not the Fuentes brand. That's not the based red-pilled brand. The based red-pilled brand is we don't care.
Yeah. Yes, that is happening, and we don't care. Yeah.
Right. Yeah. And we do this type of content too, right? And it's like you're always sort of pushing the limits on that, but like to just immediately fold, I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, with Tate, there's a lot of moving parts there, dude. There really is. Cause like, man, you get thrown in a Romanian jail for a year without knowing when you're going to be able to go to trial, without, knowing if I looked at that case here and there and I don't know, whatever, but like, I don't know, man. I would not do well getting put in a box for a year. And then, but I mean, I guess at the end of the day, this is just terrible for his fucking brand. Bottom line, it's like
horrible.
Just terrible for his brand. And also that entire situation, it again, like that. I mean, it's just how do they end up hanging out with these guys who are 20 years old who talk about doing meth and all that? You know what I mean? It's like
because that's their base brand, right? Like that's who they used to be 5-6 years ago. That's what made Andrew Tristan Tate so popular, was 5 years ago when no one was allowed to do or say any of these types of things. They were doing that.
Yeah.
They were doing what Fuentes were doing. Like they were doing what Clavicular was doing. Like all these young sort of like crazy fucking guys that are acting like, wild assholes. They were doing that. And so you built, I think what is really bothering people is it's like you built your ascension and your platform on this. And then once you made it, then it's like, oh, well, no, I don't talk like that anymore.
And it's like Mia Khalifa.
Now I got money, but now I got money, baby. Like, oh, no. Now I'm not controversial now that I got money.
Yeah.
Doesn't
Mia
that what it
Khalifa
feels
built
like?
16 million followers on her porn career. And then she's all, I was trapped into porn
Right.
and I would never.
Exactly.
Shut up, Mia Khalifa. The only reason anyone knows, you were working at fucking Subway before you started doing porn.
After you made $200 million, now you feel bad.
Yeah.
So that's what it feels like to me, is what we're seeing is like, but when you have these young kids, that are actually banned, like Clavicular and Fuentes, I'm pretty sure they're banned on everything. And so you got these young kids that just don't give a shit. And so to your point, like, why are you going to the nightclub with all these guys if you're so worried about your brand and your, like, you know what I mean? Like if I was that worried, like the Tate brothers obviously are now, like that concerned with the optics of what I'm doing, I'm not going to go to the nightclub with Nick Fuentes and Clavicular.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Like what's the cost benefit analysis of that?
Yeah. Yeah. Cause I was thinking like when Dan and I were going to shot before I realized that I was already booked in Cabo, like that's what I was saying. I was like, that's going to be so fun for us to all roll around, but we're like friends. You know what I mean? Like all of us rolling around in Vegas, but we're like friends where
we're also grown adult males that aren't like, dude, I don't know. Here's the thing. I'm not like knocking older guys going out and having a good time, like at the club. I think that's fine, man. Like there's nothing wrong with that. But like at the same time, when you're like a 40-year-old plus dude, there's got to be some type of maturity involved of being like, hey, I'm not going to put myself in a position to be like laughing as the Heil Hitler song comes on in the nightclub.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like there has to be.
I would have got off that table, dude. I would have got off that fucking table real quick, dude.
Like even if you're like, hey, freedom of speech is great, there's also, there's you're not free from the consequences of your actions.
That's what I was saying. It's not illegal for some fucking 120-pound dude to come up and tell me to go fuck myself, but it's like, I mean, listen, dude, like if they're, I might punch your face, maybe.
Yeah.
And
it's also like this, like the 40-year-old guys, like shitting and blaming everything on the 20-year-old kid. Really?
Well, like that's interesting that he blames Sneeko because they have had that conflict. It's like, so he just, because there's no fucking way that Sneeko did that. I don't believe it, dude. I just don't.
Sneeko said he didn't. So Sneeko has come out and said, he's like, no, I wasn't even fucking the one that put the song on.
Yeah. But he didn't dime who did.
They haven't. No, it hasn't come out yet. Everybody has sort of. It's interesting because they've got Andrew Tate's the only one that came out and said like they did it.
Yeah,
I didn't do it. I promise I didn't do it. I'm so sorry. This shouldn't have happened. Everybody else is like doing what boys would do. Which you're like. And here's the other thing: if we're out in the friend group, right, and one of the boys does something dumb. Right, you're not just going to immediately like dog him out and be like, "Yeah, fuck him, fuck." I can't believe Jesse did that, but he did it. He did it. It wasn't me. I promise it wasn't me. Like, I'm not going to do that.
Get our story straight. None of us did it, dude.
Yeah. Or like, hey, we don't remember who did it. Sorry.
Yeah.
But that's not what happened. So I do have some reactions from each person that I wanted to go through. Let's see. We got Clavicular here. This was him
play that. I'm gonna be back in 1 minute.
Yeah, you're good. You're good. Actually, real quick, now that Jesse's gone. Hey, I'm gonna run. I got one ad I got to do with my whiskey company. Is that cool?
Rock and roll, dude.
Okay, we'll do that while Jesse's gone. All right, quick break. All right, want to talk about the partner of the channel, which we've talked about on the last couple live streams, and that is going to be Heritage Distilling. And guys, we got the new, yes, as you know from the last couple weeks, each week is a commemorative different bottle. We got the working dogs this week, guys. We got our babies. We got our war dogs. Because it turns out, yes, our war dogs are a big part of what we do in special operations and combat. And so there's a service to America and salute to our war dogs this week from Heritage. And so, yes, real quick, as it says here, valor is in their blood, loyalty is their heritage. Without hesitation, they will give their lives to protect their handlers, their units, their country, revered for their unwavering allegiance. They are the U.S. military working dogs, affectionately known as our war dogs. Now, what's cool about Heritage, as we know, good portion of their profits go to helping veteran causes, and this week's is to the war dogs, okay? So the Custom America Salute War Dogs Edition whiskey honors the service, loyalty, courage, and sacrifice America's working dogs, and your purchase meaningfully funds nonprofit benevolent organizations that directly support our human and canine workers. So again, this week, directly supporting our war babies with some fantastic whiskey we're talking about this week. Okay. Also strong, very good though. I'm drinking it right now. Kentucky Bourbon Straight. We got, I don't know how they put it together, make it so good, but they do. And yeah, 100 proof. All right. So link is in the pinned comment description. You get the cool actual commemorative war dog bottle. And so if you're into whiskey, it's amazing whiskey, by the way. Also just very, very cool commemorative bottles. So it's in the pinned comment right now. Grab yourself some, grab your dad some, your grandpa some. And again, supporting not only the channel, but veteran communities as well as our war dogs right now with the charities. So thank you guys very much, very, very much for that. All right, now let's jump back into it. And we're going to show, Clavicular, the 20-year-old who everybody's blaming everything on, which again, I think is fucking lame. You don't blame everything on the youngest guy, right? For all of us, plenty of military people on the channel right now. This is like if your team screws up and all your NCOs blame it on your E2, your private, who had no idea what was probably going on to begin with. You just don't do stuff like that. But, I mean, he explains here, he's banned from the world now.
Went out last night and had a fucking blast, but I was trying to go to the clubs after, and I was literally banned for, like, no joke.
No way, they turned you away?
Literally every single club, and I'm done.
That's fucked.
Yeah, Coco, Jones, Liv.
So what are you gonna do?
Dude, I'm gonna fucking start playing. I went out.
So, 20-year-old kid, completely banned from everything in the town that he lives in. Don't know. All right, let's get while Jesse's using the bathroom and doing what he's doing. By the way, Jesse literally just got home from his trip in Mexico, so we're fortunate that he's even willing to come on. All right, let's go. Who's at fault? Question mark. We're going clavicular. We're doing a poll. Who's at fault for this? I'm going to do Fuentes, Tate, Sneeko. I'm going to see what you guys think. Clavicular, Fuentes, Tate, Sneeko. There's the poll. We'll see what you guys think.
Guarantee it was clavicular, dude.
Well, so Jesse, here's what I said, though. I was like, here's the thing. It's like blaming clavicular, the 20-year-old. I don't even know how he's in the bar because he's not 21, I don't think, which is another question for the nightclub. You should be more concerned with that, probably, that you had underage people in your nightclub that are streamers that you knew were underage because you know who he is. But at the same time, it's like blaming the 20-year-old kid is like, I was explaining, like, military-wise, that's like the entire team blaming, like, the brand new private for a mission going bad.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like the commander's like, nah, it's the brand new private's fault. And you're just like, really? You know what I mean? It's like being at the jiu-jitsu gym and like the white belt like screwed something up and like everybody's like, nah, fuck him. It's all his fault. He's like, I don't even know what's happening.
Yeah. Why were you guys late? Why were you guys late for this championship match? You're all, this fucking white belt told us that it was on that 4, dude.
Yeah. He's just like, I don't even know where I am right now, you know?
Yeah.
And so for me, it's like, dude, if you want to be big dog in charge, be big dog in charge, you know? Otherwise,
that is a weird conundrum too, because it's like, it's like what got you there. But Like, have you ever seen like a creator that like they blow up on a specific thing, and then so you know how like you just kind of get like kind of roped into certain topics, and then that ends up starting this kind of like streak of you doing this kind of weird other content, and then you're kind of trapped there. You're like, I don't like, what am I? It's kind of like that, like coming up in the pimp and hose, pimp and hose thing is like you're eventually gonna get trapped there, dude, because there's no like sick ass pimps that are 45 and 50 that are all, yeah, we're pimping, dude. It's like,
yeah. Like, what are you doing?
Oh wow, you were able to slay some random pussy in Miami? What? The first fucking person ever, dude. Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah, dude.
Like,
but I do want to show the response from some people, which is because again, I know we're both the same. We don't give a fuck. It's a song.
Yeah, zero.
You're not gonna offend me. I don't care. Right? I think it's stupid. I think it's also, we think it's dumb for that what they did. Not because, for me again, not because like I have a problem with it, just because of what you knew the repercussions would be.
Yeah.
Right. That's the dumb part. It's like,
yeah, if you're doing big business, should have known.
It's like when I walk up, we just did a thing for our working dogs. I walk up to the working dog and I put my hand in front of its face, right? And then I tell the dog handler, like, hey, say attack in German. And he says it and he rips my arm off. And I'm like, why would you do that? And you're like, yeah, well, I mean, you fucking.
What's the command? What's that command?
I don't know. It's usually an Austrian. But
my buddy my buddy got his Doberman trained in either German or Austrian.
I believe it's Austrian. Yeah.
I thought it was so gangster, like, because he's like,
but you know what I mean? It's like
German is hilarious.
Or it's like, dude, it's like if I was I was just hanging out with Jake Shields in Vegas when I was out there.
Oh,
it's
nice.
Like if I just like open hand slap Jake in the face out of nowhere, and I was like, "Fuck you, bitch," and then he fucked me up in the street, dumped me on my head, and like beat the fuck out of me on camera, and I'm like, "Why would you do this? Now I'm suing you." You know, it's like, you know what I mean? It's like, dude,
You're like you're like Jake. Well, you just decided to slap one of the fucking single greatest jiu-jitsu fighters of all time for no reason.
And then I'm shocked when there's repercussions for my actions.
Yeah.
But I do want to see some. I want to bring. Do you know who this guy is? He's supposed to be who's taking over for Charlie Kirk. He's the new Charlie Kirk.
He looks like the kind of guy. He looks like the kind of guy who would take advice from that cigar guy who said, "Don't hang out with chicks by yourself."
That's exactly right, dude. So he's the new Charlie Kirk, I guess, right? And so I wanted to get his reaction to this before I play Nick Fuentes' reaction to his reaction, because it's just funny. See, let's see what he has to say about these guys.
Young men should not be looking up to middle-aged, washed-up streamers getting drunk in clubs with teenagers while Nazi chants play in the backgrounds. Nothing about this is America first, guys. Open your eyes. You don't get to wave the American flag, scream bass every 5 minutes, and then fantasize over Hitler at a nightclub like it's edgy performance arts. Nothing about this is nationalism. This is brain rot for clicks. These guys don't care about this country. They care about their jawlines, their body counts, and their clouts. Politics to them is just another aesthetic, another costume, another way to get more likes. They'll endorse Gavin Newsom over JD Vance because of somebody's haircut and weight, not policy, not values, not the future of the country. That should tell you everything you need to know about them.
So I love the first comment. Jesse immediately. Just good goy.
Good goy.
It's like, dude, you also, what are you 17?
He also looks very young.
It's like, bro, you also need to sit down. Like, you have no life experience. You know nothing. Like, you're obviously reading off a chat GPT script.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I mean? That's like the fake outrage that we're seeing too from.
But it's also okay, so the clavicular clip when he said that, I laughed my ass off at that.
Yeah,
because
it's funny.
To me, it was crystal clear that he's trolling. Like, he's on there troll because I don't know what to make of that guy because he's talking about doing meth and stuff. I'm like, this dude's crazy. But on that show, I'm like, oh, he's clearly trolling, and that's just hilarious. You know, like, oh yeah, I would vote for. You know, he's like JD Vance is basically subhuman.
Yeah, exactly.
He's talking about
fat.
like
It's like, Jesus, dude.
Even even Michael Knowles was laughing, dude.
He did laugh.
Even Michael Knowles was laughing. So it's like to take what that guy says and then be all, he said he would vote for Gavin Newsom. It's like, come on, dude. He's not a political guy. Like he's not. To your point, he's a jawline guy. He's not even pretending to be a political guy. You know?
Yeah, he's a 20-year-old dipshit. Like, and I'm not trying to be mean to Clavicular, dude. When I was 20 years old, I was just as douchey, if not more.
Oh yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I was not doing anything more impressive than anybody else was in the space. But I want to also then play Nick Fuentes' response to Brendan Hollyhand here because it's funny.
Like Brylan Hollyhand put out a video. And the script was literally written by ChatGPT.
Yeah.
Brylan Hollyhand put out his reaction today. Everybody wanted to know, what is the Fox News dweebs take on the Tates going to the club yelling Heil Hitler? And he does this ChatGPT ass script saying, hey, y'all, let's grow up and mature. Y'all are worried about body counts and clicks. Y'all need to worry about being mature. Shut the fuck up. Nobody asked you. What are you, 19? What are you, 13? Grow up. If I see like...
Okay, yeah. Like, obviously, we've been railing on Nick pretty hard recently for basically just admitting that he's a pedophile.
He's hilarious.
But I mean, you can't. Yeah, it's hard to knock his comedy stuff when he gets into it.
He's funny.
And then last one I wanted to post was, I think it's Clavicular before his response, because this is the young guys. That was like the young guys' response. Obviously, Nick Fuentes doesn't give a fuck. Myron didn't give a fuck.
Yeah.
Sneeko didn't care. And here's Clavicular.
We went to yesterday. I had to post an apology on Instagram because of what we did. I don't know why they're so retarded that they didn't just double down and be like, bro, it's a song. It's literally a song. There's no problem playing rap songs about, drugs, but you play one song that is maybe politically incorrect. It's a huge fucking issue. It's like, what the fuck are you saying sorry for? You literally played music that we requested. And of course,
dude, I mean, for a 20-year-old kid, he's the only, one of the only ones here where I'm like, that's the correct answer.
And he's also
for him and his brand.
Not wrong. He's like, it's a song. Like, think about what, like, hey, fucking
wet ass pussy. Yeah, that's exactly, fine. Dude.
That shit's fine. Like, that's fine. You know, it's like, get a bucket.
They were playing that song on the radio.
Yeah.
In America.
Yeah.
And we're
and if anybody goes, that shit's gross, they're all, you are an
racist,
uptight, patriarchal shitbag. I'm like, I just don't want my kids, my daughters listening to this fucking gross ass shit. You know?
That's exactly. It's so funny because we said that at the same time. It's the same song we all think about, where it was like, is Kanye West's song that offensive when we think about it in relation to what regular hip hop is putting out? Which I don't have a problem with either. Like, I'm not a fan of it.
I don't care about any of it.
But like, who gives a shit, dude? It's music, man. But somehow the one demographic you're not allowed to make a mean song about, you know what I mean? And we're supposed to all be outraged. And it's like, I'm not outraged. I'm just not going to be outraged. I'm also not sympathetic to the guys getting fucked over because I'm like,
I wouldn't have requested it. I wouldn't have gotten video dancing to it, but I don't care about any of this at all. You know, the other thing too is it's kind of funny because the entire reason that Kanye did this song is to create exactly this reaction. That's the whole reason he did it. That's why, like, when he was going on X and he was going on these absolute thermonuclear meltdown tirades. And I remember I was just watching, and I would just screenshot everyone. I'm like, he's going to get deleted. And I remember I did a video and I just screenshotted, like, must have put up 60 in a row of the most insane stuff ever. And it's like, everyone's talking about him. That is clearly why he's doing this. He's just like,
and I mean, people might get upset about this, but like, I don't care. I say whatever I want. Like the song outside, like, let's say you take away the theme of the song, right?
Dude, the beat's fire.
It's the song's it's a good song. Like the beat, everything about it. If you take the theme and the lyrics and you take it away from what you're talking about, you're like, yeah, the song's a banger. This is another
if it was
Kanye West banger.
If it was Hail Valhalla and Jesse on Fire, that's fucking
you'd be like, this is a
dude.
banger, right? So it's like, no, I'm not gonna like get upset and cry about like how bad this is. My biggest as you can see, I think we both agreed, my biggest criticism of this is Andrew Tate's response. and like cowtailing and blaming everyone and apologizing. And I don't know. I would never do this. It's all Sneako's fault. It's like, dude, what the fuck are you doing, dude?
Yeah. It's
hard, you know. It's like
I would need to know the circumstances. Like if he's doing some $100 million real estate deal, and they were like, and it's like you need to apologize, and it's like okay, I'm sorry. Like,
but also get out of the manosphere.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? Sure. Stop pretending you're some fucking red-pilled top G badass bass dude that says whatever he wants. If you're not that anymore, that's fine. Like stage left.
Yeah.
Like find yourself out, go do your real estate, go build your businesses, but like don't pretend you're also, you know, like the top G. You're not top G anymore. Like you're just not. You can't cry and point the finger at 20-year-old kids for getting you in trouble in the nightclub. You know what I mean? And then be like, wow, just you don't understand. Like you don't understand what I'm dealing with. Like then don't get in the fucking Sprinter van with the fucking Wild Boys, dude.
Yeah,
you know,
those guys. The Tates lost me at the when the case was coming, like about the teenage girls, and I saw a video of Tristan Tate say the words verbatim. He's like, I've got this influencer girl that's 17 that I took. He's like, I took her virginity, and he's like, you know, it hurt her really bad, but it felt good for me. So who gives a shit? I was like, dead to me.
Wow,
dead verbatim. That's a verbatim quote.
Oh my God, dude.
Yeah, 17-year-old took her virginity. It hurt her the whole time, but it felt good for me. So who gives a shit? I was like, psychopath.
Yeah. And I mean, I'm with you on that. For most, like a lot of my viewers know, I've got an entire other YouTube channel where I just shit on like fake alpha males for that exact reason.
Have you heard Wes Watson's deposition yet?
No, JD messaged me about it and sent me some clips from it. Yeah, the Wes Watson deposition I've heard is insane. I wanted to talk about it, but
spazzed out, dude. He started attack like to the fucking opposing counsel. He's all, hey, just because you've never been in a fight, dog. You know?
to a lawyer, to
the other lawyer, dude.
The
lawyer who's questioning him.
So yeah, guys, you should Check John Bravo. If you guys haven't watched John Bravo's content, if you're into the fake alpha male universe, please go watch John Bravo's content.
That's his video I watched. I was talking to him about it all afternoon, dude. It's fucking hilarious.
All right, I know Jesse doesn't have the most time in the world. We're 1 hour in, so I do want to get into the next, the second part of the show, which is, well, I mean, I got your content for it, Jesse. So I don't know if we want to have you sort of explain a little bit into it before we jump into it. But I got your some clips from you and Ian talking about second part of the show. Yes, TPUSA suing fucking everyone.
I think they're threatening to sue everyone rather than like actually.
Yeah, not act. Well, I shouldn't say everyone because all the people you think they're going to sue, they haven't sued yet. But I feel like it might be coming.
The threat, they're threatening to sue Candace and threatening to sue Wolves in Finance.
Yeah, that's right. Before we jump into, because you actually went through the letter, which I wanted to go through together when you actually talk about it. What's your actual feelings on this? Do you think that TPUSA is doing this? Because you know how defamation can work, where usually the threat is 99% of the time, the threat is the like lawsuit, I guess you could call it. They like never usually goes to the wire. What do you think TPUSA is doing with this? Do you think they're really like, hey, if you don't, like with Candace, for example, because that's the big name. If Candace is like, fuck you, I'll do what I want. Do you think TPUSA like goes for it and they actually push the lawsuit forward?
I don't know. I feel like I think that they are not going to actually sue anyone for defamation having to do with finances at all. Like, I think that's a completely empty threat because that opens them to discovery of all of their books and who they're paying and why and whatever. Because basically, and honestly, what I noticed about the cease and desist is, you know, I've got a fair amount of experience with this, like this kind of thing in terms of like how you word these legal letters and all that stuff. Is like there were things that were in the cease and desist that they were framing as defamation that in the way they typed it is 100% not defamation. They actually put like sentences that are questions in, like, it's like, look, this is defamatory. You're like, he literally is asking a question. Asking a question cannot be defamatory. He's not making a statement of fact. That's not a defamatory statement. But I think that one's a threat. My estimation is that Tyler Boyer is the one who did it because he's mentioned so many times in the letter. But like with Candace, I think there is certainly like a possibility that they might go after, but my guess would be it would not be about finance stuff. It would be just things that she's said that they can prove are not true, that have nothing to do with finances. But
what would be some examples of that?
I don't know, just like any kind of like, I
don't think there really is a whole lot.
Yeah, I don't think there's a lot either. Like, because even like I like Alex Jones said he disproved the Egyptian plane thing. I never looked at I never was looking at it when she was saying it. I never looked at it afterwards. Like, I don't know shit about it, but they seem to think that that's like their big gotcha. But she never really made a conclusive statement about what it all meant. Like, she's pretty careful about that, where she like frames it like, she's walking them in, but she doesn't say they did XYZ most of the time. I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah. I think also, like, a lot of people don't understand with defamation, especially with public figures, like defamation gets so almost impossible. Like, as the plaintiff, as TPUSA, almost impossible to win a defamation lawsuit against Candace or me or you or Ian or anybody, because like everybody in the space would be considered a public figure. And in a defamation, like if you're a public figure, which Erica Kirk 100% is, so is TPUSA, you have to prove that the person who's defaming you is doing it with malcontent, which means that they not only do they know for a 100% fact that what they're saying is not true, but they have the actual intent to maliciously defame you while knowing it's a lie.
Yeah, so they know they're going to damage you with the lie, or they have to show absolutely outlandish, reckless disregard of,
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And that's almost impossible to show in a situation like this. Like, how are you going to show that you, Jesse on Fire, had malicious intent when you do some content reacting to some of the financials and the bizarreness with that? Like, what's the where did you like willingly and knowingly lie about the content you did? You didn't.
No. Yeah.
You're operating under good faith assumptions that, hey, this information I'm getting, this data, I think to be true.
Yeah.
I mean, that throws defamation out the window.
Yeah. The threat to a person like me or to like Wolves in Finance, and probably Candace to an extent also, is just that we've raised $250 million since Charlie died, and we could tie you up in court. That's how that's how we'll make it hurt.
Exactly.
That's how we'll make it hurt.
That's exactly.
We know we're not going to win, but we can make it hurt,
And they don't need to
every motion ever. You're going to keep on having to pay $500 an hour every time that your attorney responds to one of these, and we'll just bleed you.
Yep. And they have, like you said, $250 million sitting in the bank with probably all the backup funding they need to put individual content creators into the dirt.
Probably with donors who are encouraging them to do exactly that.
100% encouraging them to do that.
Yeah.
And so to your point, like, and also as the plaintiff in defamation, you don't even have to take it to trial. I can run you through 2 years of bullshit, drain all your finances, and then be like, never mind, I dropped the case.
Yep. It's nothing to crack somebody for $300,000-$400K easy without even like just over a couple years. And like, like $400K isn't dick to them. Like, I mean, they might pay a little bit more, but like, dude, I don't want to take a fucking $400,000 hit. That's a massive fucking hit,
For an independent content creator, it is. For them, they're like, whatever, dude. Like, we got $150 million cash injection this year.
Yep.
What are we worried about? $1 million in legal fees to shut you all up?
Yeah,
That's
exactly.
nothing. That's
and that is what would happen though. I'm not encouraging them to do it, but I think that if they actually filed a defamation suit, then people would back off. I think, I don't know if they would want to though.
I don't see how they
really
could
understand like how the process would actually go if they did do that, but I think they'd spook people.
The vast majority of people, because again, you could be staring down the barrel of hundreds of, as an independent content creator like me or you, TPSUA is like, well, we'll just run you out $500. We'll run you $500,000 to try to fucking, get you to stop doing this. And if you don't, we'll take it to trial. If we lose, who cares?
And what about people who can't afford an attorney at all?
Exactly.
You know, like something like, you know, they can bleed some people, and then other people, like, they have no ability to defend, period. I mean, there's nothing to get there either, but like,
right. That as well.
Yeah.
All right. I'm going to pull up your, because I actually want to look at your video and actually like want to look at what they actually wrote in this, which I think is going to be interesting.
And at the end of the day, like, they're not even trying to win in court. They're beating you with money, and they absolutely can do that.
Like you just said.
You know? But again, this is a warning. The reason, though, that's important too, though, is because if they actually sue, then you get to go through discovery, right? And so Wolves in Finance would get to go through, you know, whatever he would need to in order to see whether or not what he said was true or false, which is why this is almost certainly not a real threat that there's any risk of them actually following through on. You know what I mean? Like, most likely. But again, I got no problem with anybody, man. Okay. I mean, whoever.
Jesse's trying to not get sued right now.
Correct. Leftists that are dancing in the street about it or telling people that they can't say Charlie Kirk's their hero.
Hold on, let's see.
Person's on whom that this is representing, or this is trying to communicate, is that because later he's going to be talking about Tyler Boyer, or the letter's going to be talking about Tyler Boyer. And so at the end of the day, any lawsuit, okay, like any lawsuit comes down to what you can prove the damaging situation cost you financially. So perfect example, which I know a lot about, is about how it goes if you have something happen with like a malpractice suit against a doctor, right? So like, let's say you go to the doctor and you're going through like a routine kind of, I don't know, surgery, and they give you the wrong, bag in your IV, and it kills you. Okay. Like, we're like nightmare fuel. Worst case scenario that you could think of, like, or like to see your loved one does, right? So obviously you think you got this massive lawsuit that's going to crush the hospital and you're going to make millions of dollars. They literally killed your spouse because they were just there for some regular thing that they were going to get put under for, and they killed them. Okay. Well, the way that actually works is they calculate out how much money that person would have made over the total time of their career.
I didn't know that.
And if it's a housewife, that's zero, right? And so then there's a cap on top of that of like $250K or something like that. So like that's it. When it comes to this stuff, you have to prove specific damages, and you have to like basically document them in order to make that happen. So what I think is going on here is, I think that documenting specific financial damages based on these statements is going to be very challenging. And that's why they're, noting that
especially after finding out the day after I filmed this, that they raised $250 million since Charlie Kirk's assassination. It's like your donations have increased by, I think they used to do like 100 million a year, and they did 250 since Charlie's assassination.
Crazy, dude.
It would be really hard for them to be like, well, we would have raised 375 if it wasn't for
right. Because they don't have the previous
kids.
They don't have the historical context that shows that to be true.
Exactly. Yeah.
I didn't know that's actually the way that worked for malpractice, mainly because I actually almost died due to malpractice while I was in the military, but it turns out military doctor almost kills you. Too bad. So those of you who want socialized healthcare, be ready for that.
And long lines, and then potential death. What happened? How'd you almost get killed?
Botched kidney stone surgery. Yeah, it's a long story. They fucked it up. Said they removed the entire kidney stone. They actually didn't. I had a 1 centimeter kidney stone. Gigantic.
Oh my God.
They
that must have hurt so fucking bad.
It was, super fucked up. Woke up in the middle of the night, thought I got shot in the stomach. Little aside, I'm gonna try not to take too long with it. Go in for surgery immediately because it's so big, and they break up the kidney stone, and they're supposed to remove it. The military doctor, broke up the kidney stone, didn't remove it, just figured it was just gonna track down and pass, and it didn't. It actually moved down and it blocked my bladder. And then like 3 days later, my wife she flew to New Jersey because we thought, hey, I'll get the kidney stone surgery, I'll be fine. Ended up literally almost dead in a bathtub, going septic from a botched kidney stone surgery, and nothing. There was no malpractice because we were in the military for that. Anyway, just a little bit of aside from that. If the military kills you, it is what it is. So with the defamation suits, or it's not a defamation suits. It's just C&Ds, right? Just cease and
so
desist.
far, yeah.
What are they telling people to stop saying? Do you know specifically at all?
And one of the things that they mentioned in the letter specifically is they're like, we welcome
I saw that. Yeah, I was gonna
good faith,
you read
vigorous
about that. Yeah.
Questions or whatever. But like,
you got it right, I believe.
Yeah, right there. While the TP entities welcome vigorous debate and honest questioning, there is no room for publicly repeating patently false statements that injure another person's reputation. Such statements are what the law categorizes as defamation under integrity, virtue. Yeah. So so like as an example, one of the things that I mentioned earlier about what Wolves in Finance had said that I said was not defamation, they actually mentioned one of the titles, and it was something like, did TPUSA commit more fraud? Something like that, right? And they actually listed that as a defamatory statement. And I'm like, that's a question that's definitely not defamatory. But then in the following video that they quoted, the title was a statement of fact that said TPUSA commits more fraud, like in the title. Again, I don't know. I don't know. I know one thing that they definitely had in there, which was they were nitpicking the calling what Charlie had asked for as the Doge style investigation of their spending as people calling that an audit was incorrect, false, and defamatory.
They're playing semantics.
That's it. That's nitpicky on its own, because you're like, how is that defamatory to say that Charlie wanted an audit of
they're playing semantics with words
when he said a Doge style effort? It's like, well, what did Doge do? Doge was looking at all of the costs going out from all of these different organizations. That is exactly what you do in an audit, and you verify if the money's being spent. So it's like, that is just, it's empty. Like there's no one who would possibly rule in perfect. That's a statement that you could defend was intentionally, maliciously defamatory or shows reckless disregard of the truth. There's no fucking way you could prove that. So that is just like one of those things. It's like, we'll bleed you with money, or we won't. You know what I mean?
Dude, that's so crazy. The only time of all, I've done some controversial content with exposing stolen valor and exposing people's records before. The only time I've ever, and I always make sure that I'm right? That's a big part of, if you're going to do exposés, you got to make sure you have the documentation. You got to make sure you're right. The only time I've been legitimately threatened with a lawsuit was actually on the American Thor channel, by the way, guys. The channel where I expose fake alpha males and all that was on the video. I did a really big video. Have you seen the fake alpha male boot camps, Jesse? Where they?
Yes, I did. I called you after I watched that. Remember?
Right. Yeah.
And I was like, what the fuck? Who the hell would pay to do that?
The only time I've been threatened with a defamation lawsuit was in the video I did, literally just talking about how fucking dumb this program was because they had somebody die during one of the events. And I said in the video that he was killed, and they wanted to potentially sue me because I said, now somebody did die in their fucking program.
Yeah.
During the training, but because I said the word killed instead of died, they were like, you're defaming our you're defaming our company and our program. And I'm like, their program did have a massive decline after that. So like, of course it ended. It was done. They stopped. They had to shut it down because that happened.
Yeah. But what I'm saying is, like, they would actually have a better case than TPUSA would for this shit. At least there's like some kind of argument. Like, you would just argue, be like, hey, you think it had more to do with the fact that I talked about the fact that a dude died, or the fact that a fucking dude died?
Right. That was like my conversation was like with the owner, which we worked it out and it was fine. But it was just like, dude, like, yeah, you had somebody fucking die on your watch. And it's like, yeah, but we didn't kill him. That was proved. And I'm like, yeah, but okay. You know what I mean? So, but anyway, that's kind of like where you were just talking about, where the context of like words, like semantics on words is what I'm going to sue you for. Like, dude, I don't think that's a winning venture. I also Do you think that's a winning venture? Let's talk about strategy for
Yeah.
TPUSA. Do you think this is a winning venture strategy-wise for TPUSA? So just like, hey, we're going to shut it down through lawsuits.
It depends on what their goal is, or like what their I mean, like, because they have so many different things going on that I feel like they have to kind of address different things with different strategies, because when it comes to the financial stuff, like, I've made very clear every time that I've talked about this, that if I am talking about something that's illegal, I am not aware of that. What I think that I am covering is essentially just using what they are doing to make it more clear to my viewers how this entire system works. And I've also said every time, this is exactly what I would do. If like, oh, we got a $2 million digital marketing budget. And then after a couple of years, I'm looking at what they're doing and I'm like, what the fuck? We could put together a digital marketing company that could do this probably better than them. Why don't we do that? And then we'll get paid the $2 million and we'll provide better service. Like, that would just be a no-brainer. The only things that I've seen that I am not sure are illegal or might, kind of like be on the line, I actually haven't spoken about specific on purpose, like stuff that I looked, I'm like, eesh. Because like, and the person involved, I was like, that person will come, like, that person will not forget. And so I'm just like, because I don't actually care. Like, I don't care. Like, oh, you're doing kickbacks or fucking whatever. It's like, I don't care. You know what I mean? I really don't. Well, that's not true. I care a lot that the entire system is so fundamentally corrupt that this is how people are elected. But in terms of like single operations that are doing what everyone does, I don't like care about that. But like, that's why I talk about it, is just so that people understand why it's nearly impossible for just like a person to say, you know what, I want to be a civil servant. I want to go serve in the Senate. I want to go try to make a difference. This is why it's impossible. Because this is what you're up against. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. I'm just thinking like PR wise strategy for Turning Point, where I'm like, hey, is suing Candace and suing all these other content creators, is this how you're going to win the battle of ideas? Is this how you're going to win the court of public appeal, right? Like, that's really the big one for them, because they're a nonprofit. Their whole spiel is, the evangelical Christian holier than thou type of thing. And it's like, I guess I get it if you're actually suing people for defamation, but if all you're doing is like sending out strongly worded letters, that to me is also like the worst, because then like you're not beating also the stereotypes of who's taking over your organization at the same time. Like, we know who loves to sue, right? And so like suing people for criticizing your organization, which I think you've done a ton of work into or at least reacting to the work.
Reacting to the work
of like, there's a lot of fucking sketchy shit. There's a lot of stuff that doesn't make sense here. Or
makes perfect sense.
Or does make perfect sense.
Yeah,
right?
It makes perfect sense. Yeah.
But I mean, like, what's the PR win there? Because I don't see, and this is like why I don't think either of us would, like, for the most, unless you did something so derogatory and made up about me that's just like objective, like literally just objectively made up out of thin air that actually is damaging my brand. Like, I'm never going to sue anybody. Like, who fucking cares, dude?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like, I just feel like that's just, it's almost like an admission of loss when you decide in the social media space to sue someone. Or sue everyone, or, sue an entire, blanketed, like, hey, you can't criticize what we're doing at our nonprofit, organization here. And it's like, but we can. Actually we can.
It's the First Amendment. Honestly, if it were me and I was trying to solve this problem, I would go the exact opposite direction, and I would pick specific people who I thought had a lot of influence, and I would invite them out, take them out on the town, do dinners with them, and I would make friends with them.
Yes.
I would make friends with them, make them feel guilty. Like, I mean, look, you still want to do, like, we've hung out, dude. Like, we're friends now.
It's almost like the wall tour, dude.
Well,
but your own company,
Yeah.
It kind of is.
But like, I just make friends with them because it's like and also the people who I would choose, it wouldn't just be based on their reach. Like I would look and I'd be like, he's cool. You know, like he'll come out, like we'll be friends. And then,
yes,
you know what I mean?
Who could actually help positively affect our brand right now.
Exactly.
And that I have not seen out of TPUSA. In fact, I've seen the opposite of that. What they've done is like, hey, even though Charlie Kirk banned Ben Shapiro from coming to AmFest, we're going to invite him after Charlie got shot in the face, even though Charlie didn't want
apparently for a big ass number that he paid.
Right, but my point is like that's the opposite of what we're talking about.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? That's like you would think TPUSA is like, how do we rebuild our brand? And it's kind of weird to say that they have to rebuild it, but like they actually also destroyed it at the same time within 4 months. Like losing Charlie wasn't their fault, but also the reaction to losing Charlie and what they've done since is their fault.
It's a tough, I mean, they were in a real tough spot though, given that Charlie, you know, like I wouldn't say that I knew anything more about Charlie than I did about other very visible people who kind of like, you know, did speaking tours or whatever. I watched him. I always thought he was really sharp, but like in the immediate aftermath and hearing so many people talking about what he was like, it was like, oh, this guy was a fucking dragon. Like he was not like, you know, just a random figurehead. Like he was the whirlwind that kind of, you know, drove the ship. So it's like
now just based off of his organization, just losing him was not like losing, you know, one member of the Daily Wire,
right?
Where it's like, that's kind of a bad one because they're burning in, but like losing Charlie was sort of the death of TPUSA. It feels like.
I actually think Daily Wire was a good example. Like, cause like if you like Ben Shapiro would be a good example because he was such a visible figurehead. But I think on the business side and making like all those strategic decisions, it wouldn't have been that big of a deal on that side of the fence. So like, I actually think Daily Wire is actually probably a really good example, probably.
Yeah. Maybe.
Yeah.
But all right, let's, I want to see, I wanted to pull up some reactions from people who are like stoked about these lawsuits. You have to take a look at these.
Yeah. Let me also say about TPUSA, I have a video dropping tomorrow about this Erica Kirk thing that is like,
we talked about that before you came on. You should give a teaser.
People will not believe this story of all the stuff that I've put out. Like, and the thing is, like, I make like when people look at like my titles and thumbnails are always like dramatic on purpose because that's the business that we're in. But if they actually watch my videos, I think I'm pretty fair to people. Like, I don't just attack everybody. Like, I'll always kind of try to frame things from both sides. This is the first one about Erica where I'm like, oh, wow. Like, this is not like, oh, was she in this CIA video? This is a decision she just made. Very big one. And she is choosing to be in a business relationship with a person that is connected to one of the most horrific crimes ever. Like ever.
Can I just show you a clip that James Lee just put out? Because it's just, dude, just this. I got in trouble. I don't know if I want to actually play. Maybe I will. I'll play Real Bays' clip here in a minute.
That's where James Lee's his clip on X is how I found out about this, and then I went and did. Yep, this is exactly what I'm talking about. And I went and did a bunch of research on the actual crime.
Dude, this is okay. Good. I'm glad because I found this clip too, and I saw it, and I was like, "What the fuck?" But James hit it. So, all right, let's watch this together.
Did not think the Erica Kirk saga could get any darker, but boy, was I wrong.
Babe, that's deep in there. Give them cleavage. People want cleavage. Showcase it.
Sex sells, baby.
Sex
what
sells.
The fuck?
Sex sells, baby. Oh, that's what she just said.
All the Christian value shit is absolute bullshit.
She is set to launch her speaking tour alongside Pastor Greg Laurie, who has been accused of pedophilia and child trafficking.
This is apparently a case 2005 accusing Harvest Christian Fellowship pastor and missionary Paul Havisgard of widespread child sexual abuse and trafficking at children's homes and shelters in Romania that were funded and supported by Harvest Christian Fellowship, a large California megachurch led by evangelist Pastor Greg Laurie. And this time in that she, remember, had a Romanian orphanage thing going on, that she was accused of child trafficking, which is now very interesting in that from the mega church that she's partnering with, one of the people in there was caught with child sexual abuse and trafficking, allegedly, in these homes and shelters in Romania.
She is like a straight up righteous gemstones character.
Oh, yeah.
Bro, Jesse,
Dude,
and my audience is going to laugh their ass off because I've been calling TPUSA and Erica Kirk like the real life version of Righteous Gemstones for months.
Yeah. Can I share my screen real quick just to show
just put it up and we'll put it on.
Check this shit, dude. Okay. So
it's so crazy, dude. What the fuck?
This is okay. I just put it out. Like if you share it. So like this is just to put in perspective, like this is just one tiny thing from this crime. Okay. Life at Harvest Home was like a torture chamber inside of a prison. Details how Havsgaard would show up regularly in the bathroom while boys were showering, undressed, and stare at them, sometimes masturbating in their presence. He regularly spanked children in public, fingering and rubbing their buttocks, anus, and genitalia in the process, and digitally penetrating them. One boy regularly defecated in a shoebox in the attic room, known for being Havsgaard private playground, where video cameras had been set up after being anally raped. Havsgaard is also reported in the complaint to have pimped out older boys for sex work via video chat and bathhouses, taking a cut of their earnings. That is like, and I'm telling you, like, that's just
what the fuck.
That's like
dude?
The guy that we're talking about, they're saying there's a claim in the that he might be the most prolific pedophile that is here it is. Like that's alive on earth right now. Like he's like, this is like the level this guy was operating at. And
this isn't even like the only guy in their organization that's sketchy and got fucking pedophilia ties and demonic ties and satanic ties. It's like
this story is, I mean, like the guy who was graping all of the kids in Romania is not the one on the speaking tour, but the one who is on the speaking tour. Like you just can't, it's like, how could you possibly be, how could you choose to have this guy as one of your main speakers given this case? And I read the case, like I actually read the complaint and I'm like, what the fuck is,
dude? I heard, obviously, like I'd heard about the rumors of the Romanian thing that Eric Kirk had going on, but like, dude, what the fuck, dude?
Yeah,
it's getting so bad. Like all of this is getting so bad. Do you want to leave this up?
No, you can pull it. The thing, and the thing about the original,
how are you like?
Do you know anyone who has? Do you even know a person who knows a person who was ever involved in anything like this?
Well, actually, me and JD do. And it, like, kind of, the smallest we had is there was a guy we knew back in the day that, used to be one of the guys that like he was super rich, owned one of the houses that we would do like after parties at. We found out like 15 years later that he got caught as like a pedophile, like filming his daughter with like cameras in the shower and shit. But like
this guy did that to his own.
That was like the one
and,
person like 15 years later that you found out and you're like, wow, that's fucking gross and crazy. But like, no, dude, but also that dude's in prison for the rest of his life.
Yeah.
So like TPUSA has multiple people on their board, their advisory boards as well, that are involved in this type of fucking weird shit. This is
the guy on the advisory board. Yeah, he co-wrote Mind War with Michael Aquino,
which I didn't know Michael Aquino. I did the episode last week, guys. We talked about this. Didn't do my research. Just happens to be a Green Beret. Whoops. So we're deep diving that one a little bit more. Just in his, which is when you come to psychological operations and manipulating,
populations,
that's something we're very, very deeply trained in. And so when you
it's
find out,
your guys' specialty, right?
It's exactly what we do. Yeah, it's exactly our specialty. But then you have like this dude that's a Green Beret that actually wrote sort of the book on psychological operations, who just happens to have a co-author that's on the advisory board of TPUSA, on top of now like these weird backstories with like all of this fucking pedophilia and child sex trafficking. Like, this isn't normal. This isn't like normal for all, like, it's not one person. If it was like a one standoff,
Yeah.
Like, oh, whoopsie, we had this like one sketchy person at TPUSA, but you don't. You have like 10 sketchy people of different, we don't want to get sued here.
Yeah.
Of different weird things going on. There's like 10 sketchy people.
And Michael Aquino, the Green Beret, was the global leader of the Temple of Set, which is a 100% self-admitted satanic church. Like that's he's very open about that. Like, so this guy, like,
he's fully open. What's so crazy is like I started looking into it and I see him talking. I'm like, this is crazy. We did a show on it. And then I saw his uniform and I saw the Special Forces crest and I was like, whoa, fuck, like, what? And then all of a sudden it made sense immediately when you know his background, like writing the book on psychological operations. You're like, oh, well, it actually makes sense that Green Beret did this. But at the same time, I'm actually kind of shocked I didn't know who he was with his satanic background and everything. But of course, he's connected to TPUSA through a co-author, which nothing to see there. You know, that's not even suable. I can say that because we know that. You can chat GPT that.
Yep. Yeah, you know who did a great episode on that is oh my God, what's his name? Black Scout.
Black Scout Survival. Yeah. He's great, dude.
He did a great episode on it because he talked about Michael Aquino, but then he was also talking about the guy who co-wrote Mind War, and he was saying that almost certainly the reason why a person like that would be on the advisory board is to be advising on like tailoring messaging, like basically implementing all the Mind War stuff on the American people to kind of try to drive consensus and stuff like that. And it's like that's the level TPUSA is operating at. You know, they're an extraordinarily powerful organization. You know,
that's what I don't think people understand. And me and you have talked about that offline. We got Real Bays in the chat. You actually got a clip that I was going to play from him. Yeah, he was actually looking pretty deep into this too, as well.
Yeah, Michael. This is all true. Happened at Presidio in San Francisco. The couple of the kids had chlamydia. They all did. You know, they denied it, but then these like kids had the class.
Children, dude, and this is kind of the problem, man. Is it's like the digger or the deeper everybody digs, the more. The sketchier this entire fucking thing becomes.
Yep. Did you ever watch those docs I sent you? I'm telling you, dude, like you will open that door a little bit and then all of a sudden it'll be only thing you want to fucking learn about. It's like, cause the kind of in a, I don't know, half-hearted defense of TPUSA's connection to this stuff is my belief is that at these levels, how deeply widespread that ideology is shocking. Like shocking. How many people are like, yep, let me just go ahead and sign my soul right there openly, you know, like doing, you know, these rituals and all this stuff. They don't even hide the ball, dude. They don't even hide it. They just are out there with it.
Yeah. But I mean, we're talking about like the young evangelical nonprofit of America.
Yeah.
In TPUSA. So
what is it with the pedophiles?
Why do we have satanic connections and not just connections, but like, it's like deeper than just like 7 degrees of separation, right? It would be one thing if we were like, hey, there's like 7 different relationships that finally gets you to the satanic guy. But that's not what we have at TPUSA. We have like 1 degree of separation, or just literally in the network, in the organization itself, you know. And so the more the deeper we go here, and I've got some more clips I just want to. Oh, it turns out.
Oh yeah, this is the like I pulled this up just because I was like and then I realized
if you want to play it, we can. Oh, it's Trigger Smart. Oh, I just did a show with Trigger.
This is a great video, dude. Like, and one of the takeaways in this video that I was going to talk about tomorrow just had to do with, I don't know, recognizing how much influence Charlie Kirk actually had and how catastrophic he could have been for Israel, given the situation in Gaza, influence with Trump and all of that stuff. Like Like Charlie kind of,
I don't think.
Oh, Charlie was starting to question the thing. That's a way bigger deal than I realized. I think
it's way. So I had when I was on Jake Shields' podcast while I was out there, we talked about exactly this, and I think this is something that. I mean, I don't think you've done. I don't think you've delved into this yet, and neither have I. I haven't still been like, this is who I think did it. I haven't gone into the who did it yet. I think there's a lot of we all think there's a lot of people that had incentives, but exactly that. I started talking to Jake about that. I'm like, I don't think people really understand how big that what you just explained is with Charlie Kirk and our greatest ally. And what I tried to explain was, you got to keep in mind, Charlie Kirk was the bastion sort of before he started to maybe slide to the other side in defending Israel, defending Zionism to the young male conservative demographic. He was the counter Nick Fuentes. Mm-hmm. He was. If you lose that, and if we think about what is public perception of Israel to the young demographic, Gen Z, millennial, even young Gen X, dude, it's 5% approval, 95% against. And so he is sort of the only thing keeping it together for you, because the boomers are on their way out. 10 years left. And once you lose the boomers, you have to have the next generation. And if you lose Charlie, and especially if Charlie, not just losing Charlie, but Charlie becomes a dissenter to that audience that you need to survive, you cannot have Charlie speaking ill.
Yep. And the other side of that too is
Charlie speaking ill.
Yeah. And he also has tremendous influence over the White House because of his relationships with Trump and JD. Like Charlie had a lot of influence, man. Like a lot of influence.
Massive.
Yeah. And he was, it's because I was watching one of the clips that was in that video, and where he was just kind of seeing him say it. And then now since he was killed, me diving into a lot of trying to understand why Trump is making the decisions that he is. And I feel pretty confident, hypothesizing without stating making a statement of fact, that it comes, a lot of it comes down to this deal that him and Kushner are putting together with them to redevelop Gaza and all that.
I was talking about this 6 months ago.
Yeah.
And people were like, you're crazy. And I'm like, yeah, but it's we know this is happening.
It's so
Gaza reconstruction deal is massive.
Massive. And you can incentivize people with either a positive incentive or a negative incentive. And if you know the person well enough, you know which one they'll respond to. Trump, you can't hit him with a negative response. He will always fight, but he's easy on the other. Just because a person is hard to move,
give him an award, dude. Give him a peace award. Give him a peace prize.
And offer him a ton of money and a ton of prestige, and he is going to he'll do the thing. You know what I mean? Yeah. And so when you think about that and how important that relationship is to all of the things that they are trying to do, in addition to the Iran one, because that's what he was talking about in the video, was how staunchly against us attacking Iran Charlie was.
He was, yeah.
And you think about that, and it's I actually learned this from a Nick Fuentes episode that I then went and cross-checked about how Israel's long-term plan has been for decades to break all these Muslim countries into smaller sect-based.
It's called the clean break strategy, which was put forward in 1997. And that was the entire purpose. Was it doesn't matter if I talked about this in my last video, doesn't matter if we actually get pro US Israel leadership or regime change in the Middle East. We don't care. Destabilizing is good enough,
because they'll fight with each other and they won't. Yeah. And then honestly, when I heard that and then started reading about it and then was thinking about it, it's like, if you just apply the exact same principle to our country, and if you think about how you have these people who literally are looking at a video and seeing it diametrically opposite, and how clearly intentional that entire effort is, it makes you wonder, like, well, it doesn't make you wonder. It makes me very suspicious that we have been at the victim of a psychological war for a very, very long time for that purpose.
Oh, bro.
I
we have 100%.
Yeah.
I mean, this goes back to, well, probably forever, but in America with what we're looking at, this goes back to like 1913. I mean, this has been in operation for forever. But I mean, recently with the Middle East, like you're talking about, yeah, I mean, we've been since 1997. 1997, the clean break strategy went forward, which for those of you who don't know what that is, it was basically a strategy put forward by Israel and then brought to the United States that we needed to destabilize and regime change 7 different countries in the Middle East. And if we did that, democracy and peace would ring out across the entire world. And that was overthrowing the governments of Iraq, which we did with Saddam, Libya, Lebanon, Syria, Sudan, Somalia, and then finally Iran, which is the last of the 7 that hasn't fallen. So, yeah, and Charlie actually was super, super against that, which we learned that. And that's one of those things, you learn more about Charlie as you go, but you're like, even me, I'm like, wow, that dude was way ahead of the curve.
He stood on
sort of the
principle.
America first with a lot of this stuff. Not that I agreed with everything that he said, but I was like, dude, he's in there literally from what I've heard is that during the 12-day war, he literally was the only person that was a non-donor or advisor that could walk into the Trump administration and say, fucking knock this off. Like, we do not need to be doing this, which, I mean, shit. I mean, that's my politics.
It's heroic when you consider how much money he had taken from people over the years as donors who all stood in support of that. And he still stood on principles. And
great point.
That's like, that guy's I have a tremendous amount of respect for that guy. I mean, obviously, but like, for those kinds of reasons, though, it's hard, dude. You take people's money, dude. Like, you take people's money, or you let them do favors, and you're in their debt, and you know that they want a thing. It takes a lot of I don't know, whatever. Like, just being sturdy about what you believe is right to go publicly make a move like that.
It's funny. My dad was been big in politics for a long time, and before I retired, or right when I was retiring, met with some of the big Republican money players in Oregon who wanted me to run for Congress. This is before I was ever a YouTuber or anything like that. Learned a lot about politics very, very quickly, and that how I had no interest in being a part of it when I learned about taking money from people and what that means. But my dad, and the reason why he wasn't very good in politics, by the way, had his approach, and I thought this was the best approach, was to the donors was, what I can give you is 2 ears and a good brain between it. And that's the extent of what you're getting. And like, if you have politicians that do that, and what that means is like, hey, I will listen to what you have to say and then use my own critical thinking capacity to push forward my own policy that I believe in. That's what we need in politicians. But I don't think we're getting that anymore. Very, very few, unless you're like self-funded at this point. Maybe like a Brandon Herrera or something like that. But like, that's also not what we have even at the top levels, even with Trump. We know that with Marion Adelson, and like the fact that, hey, $500 million fucking dollars went into this campaign. And I mean, it's career
suicide. That statement is basically career suicide right there. It's like,
and if you don't, which I learned this because in my sit down meeting, they wanted me to primary another Republican who was not voting in the way that they wanted. And they were like, not a Democrat, but they're like, yeah, fucking, he didn't vote this way on the timber industry, fucking whatever bill. I don't even remember what it was. It was my first time sitting down where I was like, what are you guys even fucking talking about? But they were like, yeah, we're going to primary him with you because he didn't fucking vote the way we wanted him to. And you're just like, oh, wow. This is how it works. You don't, to your point, Jesse, you don't do what the donors say. And it's like, nah, dude.
Yep.
No, you got to go.
Did you watch that episode of, or at least, I mean, I didn't watch the whole thing, but I watched some of the Gavin Newsom podcast that he had Ben Shapiro on?
I'm doing an episode on that tomorrow, and I'm stoked for it.
Yeah.
That
so
was Oh my God, dude.
Yeah. Two
people who I'm like, I can't agree with anything that either of you have to say.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? With Gavin and Ben Shapiro.
It was because like usually, especially like the way I described this to Gabrielle is I was like, a person like Gavin Newsom is always highly produced. And so I always find it very interesting to like have them sit down and speak to someone in a one-on-one situation for like a couple hours, because you learn a lot more about those people. And usually I end up liking them more. And I was like, but this, I'm like, I watched a good 30 minutes of this and it made me more confident that Gavin Newsom's a psycho. And but talking to Ben Shapiro and like they, I can't remember, somehow Gabrielle and I were discussing it, got on COVID stuff and that different policy. And I know Gabrielle actually brought it up. And I was saying, I'm like, but here's the one thing. I mean, the only defense that I could give to him on any of it is that if he went against the establishment on any of that stuff in COVID, his career's over. Like, and like if I had a conversation with him about it, I guarantee that would be his answer. He'd be like, you think that I can just not do that? He's like, look, like if I don't do that, my career's over. They'll get someone else in who will do it. That's the way the system works. And as much as I think he's a psycho, I think that is accurate. Like it's like, if you want to hold this position, you have to go with the system, or else they'll just get someone else who will do it.
Yeah. And even like I said, even if they put you in there, if you don't do it in those 2 years or those 4 years, they will fucking make sure that they primary your ass afterwards.
Yep. Even if they're asking you to do something that is diametrically opposed to the benefit of the people you represent.
And they don't care.
They don't give a fuck about any of that.
No. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so you have to make that decision because politics is expensive.
Yeah.
You think you're going to run a campaign? If you're not independently wealthy, like me or you, we could never fucking anybody in this chat. Maybe we got some super fucking rich billionaire in here hanging out, but like none of us could run a campaign independently.
If you were worth $60 million, dude, it's like you could run a local campaign, maybe state government self-funded, but like you want to run a national campaign of any kind and you're worth 60. That's not even, they'll laugh you out of the room. That's not enough money. You're not rich enough. It's like,
no. And not to, and I don't think anybody thinks we're defending Gavin Newsom here. Absolutely not. But to your point, like this is how it is for all of them. Left, right, center. If they're not, and that's, I think, what the biggest disappointment for me with Trump is. It's like, dude, you were the self-funded. If you go back to 2015, before 2016, go back to the actual debates when they had like 15 Republicans on stage with Ted Cruz and Rand Paul and Little Marco, right?
Yeah.
Like the reason why he won is he stood up there and he said, I have not, and I will not take money from any fucking foreign lobby. I will not take money from any foreign interests. I will run this campaign by myself. And everybody went, yes, finally. And
look at this guy will tell people to go fuck themselves. Like, so like when people bring him money for whatever, we've seen him say, fuck you a million times. So like, this guy looks like he'll do that. But like, that he sent Kushner into the Middle East to do whatever he was doing over there. And then
he's still doing it, dude.
Oh, I know.
Still,
yeah.
I mean, that's the Gaza peace reconstructive plan where they're essentially going to turn Gaza into which, by the way, from what I've learned about Gaza, is beautiful fucking sandy white beaches.
Incredible real estate. I hear.
Incredible. Yeah, I've heard that. And it's like, oh, but then you're like, is that what this was the whole time? Like, did you guys genocide and like ethnically cleanse an entire group of people for a business deal?
Because did you really?
Because I think you might have.
Did you let them come in and kill thousands of people?
Or let them.
Coachella?
Or let them.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, if you're talking about October 7th, Charlie Kirk said that.
That's exactly
Charlie Kirk said that happened.
Mm-hmm.
Right? That's so crazy. It's like this isn't even like controversial stuff.
Yeah.
Even from, somebody like Charlie Kirk. But all right, let's I want to show a couple more clips.
Let's do it.
And then we'll jump into super chats. All right, this is okay. So we talk about how great Charlie is. Oh, let me pull this back up. Is that? Oh no, I got yours there. I need to pull mine back up.
Oh yeah, I'll stop. I stop screen. There you go. Sorry.
No, we got it. All right. I just want to take a look at this because this happened, what, day or two ago?
Happened.
Hold on, let me make sure we get the entire thing here because it's important.
All of this happened. You really see who your true friends are. You see who is in your corner. You see who is writing, excuse me, this microphone, who is writing my husband's coattails and who genuinely cared and who genuinely wanted to be there for us as a family. And anyways, everyone, you know, does their best to pour into you and be there for you. And when all of this happened.
So this really like rubbed me the wrong way when I saw her come out and say she learned who her real friends were after the assassination of Charlie Kirk. To me, it seems like Charlie learned who his friends weren't in death. I don't know how you feel about this, Jesse, but for her to come out and say this, and you know what she means, right? Everybody who's questioning the official narrative obviously is not one of Charlie Kirk's friends. What's your feelings about, because that's what she's saying. Obviously, we know TPSU's official stance is the FBI narrative. But for her to come out and say, like, oh, we learned who our real friends were after this, and it's like, yeah, but like, did you really? Because it doesn't feel that way to me.
Yeah, I wonder. Yeah, I would be very curious specifically exactly who she's got in her brain when she says that.
I think we know. I think there's a big one name that we all know, right? And it's Candace. I think that's who she's really shit talking there.
Yeah.
But it's like, I don't think any of us feel that way. Like,
no, I don't. And I think that I have always thought Candace, like she, you know, like she's got a show to do, but I think she genuinely believes that the place that she's driving the ship, that is who's responsible. Now, I personally had been pretty heavy on like, you know, like my hypothesis about who did it has always been that there's a large conspiracy of leftist radicals who are probably involved, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Like what the fuck? I have no idea, you know, but like, clearly when you have Mike Glover come out and say that he heard from, you know, one of the top guys in the intelligence apparatus that the director of the FBI is compromised. I'm pretty sure he used that exact term.
He did, and I can promise you with who Mike knows and who we know, like he's not making that up. That's 100% true, for sure.
That's a big problem for me. That's a big problem. It should be a big problem for everybody, you know, where it's like, as soon as you've established that from one of the people that would know better than anybody, and then you just take for granted that like everything that they're saying the official story was determined in 48 hours. And
it was.
And it's like, obviously there's way more to it than that. But in terms of Erica Kirk, I think that, I think that Candace believes that she is being the best, the only friend that he really had, I think is what is in her brain.
What Candace feels like Candace is the only friend he had?
Like Candace believes that she's, of all these people, not us, but like people who are like in his world, like actual friends, whatever. I think Candace thinks she's his actual best friend doing
it's hard to disagree with that, man, because here's the way I look at it is like, if you or Dan or Ian or any of you guys were assassinated doing what we do, dude, I would have non-stopped, like done exactly this content, what she's doing for nonstop until I thought I got an answer. Like
if I thought someone got you,
I think we all would. Whether this lead didn't lead to something good or like this was too obnoxious, and I've disagreed with Candace's takes, obviously, but like at the end of the day, I think she 100% is, like you said, like this. She really does believe that her friend was fucking killed, which I think we all believe. Through, I don't know, I think none of us know who it was exactly, but like the idea for me that Tyler Robinson, some dipshit 22-year-old kid, acted by himself. Nobody else knew, even though we have people in the fucking crowd participating and being complicit. And not only that, but most likely helping through, you know, when you talk about George Zinn and our buddy with the, we know our buddy there, and all the people on Twitter that knew about this beforehand. Dude, there's no, for me, there's no way. I don't know who did it exactly, but like, there's no way that this is just some random kid who just even strategically and tactically to pull this off. It's like, there's no way this wasn't done with at least the help of, an assistance of, complacency of some type of, whether it be professional, not professional, foreign, I don't know. But like, the idea that TPUSA and Erica Kirk, and this is what's really irks me, Jesse, is like, could you, I just like, let's juxtapose this with our own wives. If you were fucking killed in that exact way, and your wife 48 hours later was like, yep, official narrative, good to go, nobody say any fucking word about it, and I'm going to sue anybody that questions about this.
And I forgive the lone shooter.
And I forgive him. Like, there's no way your wife would do that. And there's no way your wife would do that. Or anybody in this chat's wives would be like, yep, that's how I would respond. I don't.
My wife would not be able to do, like, my wife could probably pull it together for an appearance or two, but like, she would implode. Like, she would, like you could force her on stage a certain number of times, and then she would just have some kind of complete and total breakdown. Like, it's like, I don't know whether I should be like impressed or just like, I still to this day cannot figure out what I'm even looking at with Erica and in the aftermath of this thing. I can't figure it out.
And for me, I've talked about it a lot. I'm like, you think I haven't been around widows, people in this career field? Widows are a very, very common thing, very close to me. Teammates that are fucking dead.
And they died the same way as Charlie too.
Yes. And the amount of funerals I've been to with close friends of mine, with teammates of mine that I've watched, teammates, wives of mine who have still not recovered 5, 6, 7 years later, still single, by the way, never dated. And I'm not saying that you have to do that. I'm just saying, like, none of that is what I've ever seen with any spouse or wife or widow that's lost their husband in a dramatic situation like this. And we see it a lot. And so it's just really, really hard for me to watch that and be like, this is normal.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Nothing
because
about
even,
it
like,
normal.
If it was you and your wife, like, even if your wife couldn't handle any of this, like, I would be on the phone with your wife. Like, what can I do for you? Like, we will fucking turn the world over.
Yeah.
To fucking solve this.
For sure.
I will, you know what I mean? Like, we would all do that. And the fact that no one at TPUSA, no one that's friends with Charlie, none of them did this, dude, other than basically Candace, when you're talking about inner circles.
Yeah.
Because we're not in the inner circle of Charlie or TPUSA. None of them did this. Dude,
Yeah.
None of them. They all said, accept the official narrative or fuck you. That's
and Erica's asking for a speedy trial now. And someone, I saw someone question that earlier today. They were like, she wants a speedy trial. And they're like, I don't understand why. I'm like, it's because they want a guilty verdict so they can put this thing behind them. They want an official, he did it, we're done. That's why.
Yep. Put him to death. Nobody ever talk about it ever again.
Yeah.
Which
did you see the report that what's his name, who was the guy who was on the wall and was filming himself? They shot Charlie, the videographer.
No,
took
the audio engineer. That dude.
Yeah, he took the SD card out. That his cousin is on the defense team of Tyler Robinson. Like, I can't find anything to verify this.
What?
So this is a report. Like, this is a report. Like, someone said that. So I did a video about it, and like, I found out about it in real time, and I was like, if that's true, like that. I can't. And then, so I went on ChatGPT and asked, and it's
but
like,
also, what are the odds of that?
Well, they said not for sure true though. Not for sure.
But Jesse, let's say it's true.
Yeah.
What's the odds of that?
In a situation that is what they're saying that it is, it's impossible. No one's
it's hitting the Powerball multiple times in a row.
Yeah. Yeah.
But then you add that to 1,000 other coincidences. That's the problem with this case. There's 1,000 coincidences.
Yeah. That's the reason I can't just fully dismiss Charlie juked this thing and he's alive somewhere. We're like, because that would, I mean, as insane as that sounds, that would explain all of it. Like all of the weird shit could be explained if it was like the single greatest like publicity stunt ever. I'm not saying that I think he really is alive, but like if he was, that explains Erica. You know, it's like, I mean, I don't know.
We're getting to the point where like it's not even a ridiculous theory because there is no real theory. The official narrative, which we have to sort of anchor, you have to anchor everything on the official narrative because what else do you have? And we know the official narrative is just it's fucking ridiculous. And so what else is there?
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, like, well, is he just alive? We like everybody threw that out the window is ridiculous. Not that I don't believe that, but like you're almost like, okay, well,
yeah. I mean, what if like what if what was going on was that the donors, Israel, and all of them could feel that they were like losing big, like they were losing something that they considered absolutely vital. Charlie has been talking about the fact that he's going to die young for a decade, and someone comes up with like the idea would be that he can like skirt his kind of fate that he's been obsessing about forever by faking it, and that will get the entire conservative party all marching in the same direction. They're going to forget about Israel. Now they're focused on the radical left. You know, we'll win every election forever. Like I can see there being a plan there that makes sense to people.
Yeah, no, it makes great sense.
But I don't know. I mean, like that, it's like a lie that's almost as big as like if the moon landing is fake, and like it's like one of those things that you just are never going to find out ever. Like even if he was alive and it completely imploded, like there's no world where Charlie just comes out, he's like, hey, I did it, dude. Like, hey, this is why Erica's so fucking weird, man. Because I'm alive, you know.
All right, there's one last thing I want to show before we wrap it up here. 2 hours, not bad. And that is, I don't know if you've seen this. I actually have this, and then I actually have the clip from who I believe is the woman.
I'm doing a video about this tomorrow. Yeah.
All right. So we won't get too into it, but we'll see Candace talk about this.
Yeah.
And then we'll actually look at the woman who pretty much says the exact same shit as this. This is another questionable thing going on with the whole situation.
I'm going to now read you an unhinged text message.
This is real, by the way.
Yeah.
It says this was fucking crazy.
That Charlie received, this time from a female Christian donor, Zionist, of course. This is a real message. Andrew Kovac can confirm it's real. Erica Kirk can confirm it's real that Charlie Kirk received this. Let's read this, okay? All of the people that trusted you, Jews and Christians, including me, why would you platform anti-Semites like Candace and Tucker? There are many evangelical Christian Zionists who would never give these people the opportunity to spew their hatred. I'm one of them. You say people are accusing you of being an anti-Semite because you disagree with the Israeli government. Well, what is it exactly that you disagree with? You threatened Jews and Christians with your 30 million followers. Are you kidding? Be very careful, Charlie. You are in violation of the 9th commandment by bearing false witness against your brother Judah. When was the last time you read your Bible, Charlie? I'm coming to you as a believer. Genesis 12:3. Obadiah and many more prophets warned that those who curse Israel will be cursed. Your TPUSA Tampa event was a disaster. Michelle Bachmann was booed, and about 10% walked out on her when she talked about standing with Israel. You brag about how you convinced all these young voters to vote for Trump, but you can't convince them to stand with our Jewish brethren. This is not a joke, Charlie. I'm coming to you as a sister in faith. You have accomplished so much by the hand of the Almighty, but he is going to lift his hand from you. Don't fall for Tucker, Candace, and the rest. The Jews are under attack. God.
All right, I don't want to.
No, the threat is coming right there, dude.
Okay, you want it? All right.
Yeah,
all
she
right.
threatens him right there.
Warns us in the last days that he will wipe out the descendants of Edom because they stood by while their brothers, Jacob, Israel, was held in captivity and did nothing. Don't be counted among the Edomites. It will be to your peril, as well as the unfinished work God was going to do
God,
through.
That
you.
is, I mean, I don't know how else to read that other than that's a threat.
Well, when we know what happened to Charlie,
yeah,
that is so fucking insane. It's so like it's the most blatant we're gonna fucking kill you text message I've ever seen in my life.
And
when
from
we know
Christian, like a Christian woman, like
which you see that having known what happened to Charlie, it's again, why were these messages being sent to Charlie right before he was killed?
And it's because he had Tucker, like at least Candace does go hard in the paint on Israel, like where she, I mean, objectively attacks them, period.
Yeah. Yeah.
Tucker just asks completely common sense questions.
He fence sits. Yeah.
He's like, why should a foreign country have, this much influence over this decision? It's like,
which is fair questions. 100% fair.
Yeah.
But I mean, when you see that and you're like, you see that and you're like, you sent that to Charlie right before he got killed. And then you're going to say you had, there was there's no involvement from you guys. And that's
the FBI doesn't want to look into it, whether there was or not.
Not only does not want to look into it, and it wasn't, we talked about Mike Glover talking about the CIA being blocked. It wasn't just the CIA. It was also the National Counterterrorism Institute with Tulsi Gabbard and fellow Green Beret Joe Kent.
Yep.
Who are also, and I know this is a fact, shut down from looking into, from the intelligence side of things. They were completely shut down. The FBI shut them down from being able to look into any foreign involvement and terrorist involvement into the Charlie Kirk assassination within 48 hours of him being killed, as as the CIA being shut down.
I assume Joe Kent was the source on that story. I don't know, obviously, but like my hypothesis
I can't say if that's true or not. I have no idea, but I can tell you that happened.
Yeah.
So when you start to look at it like the FBI, the government, and all of a sudden all of these threats, Charlie Kirk's own text messages, Jesse, 48 hours before he got killed.
Yep.
Are we supposed to just ignore all that? Like, no. That's just veiled threats. And it just so happened he was killed with those veiled threats. I don't know.
Yeah, Cash is the opposite of that, of the incentive structure. Like him, threaten him with something. Like threaten Cash and he'll fall in line.
Well, I mean, and Mike talked about that too.
Yeah.
Because I don't know if you saw that clip from from Mike's podcast where he asked the person in the CIA, and he said, well, what's the issue? Why would he be blocking you? And he said, well, he's already bought and paid for. That's talking about Kash Patel. Bought and paid for by who?
I don't know. Hey, whoever wants him to not allow any investigation into foreign involvement.
Has nothing to do with his country music sensation girlfriend, because we don't want to get sued. But last one I want to show before we wrap it up was this is her.
Yeah. Allegedly.
We don't know for sure, but it sounds very, very similar to what we just saw.
Yep.
And Charlie Kirk. This is his event. He's responsible for what people are saying and doing. Does he get up and condemn Tucker or correct Tucker for what he said about Israel and how dangerous Qatar is to us? No. Did Charlie get up and defend Michelle Bachmann? Did he condemn the people that got up and walked out on her, that booed her? Did he say why we stand with Israel, we support Israel? No, he didn't. That tells us everything we need to know.
It's literally word for word.
Yep.
It's word for word almost.
And I heard, and in her caption, if I remember the post correctly, she does the all caps G-D. Like,
she does.
Forgot. Yeah, it's exactly the same as in the text.
Who else does that?
I've never seen that before.
Nobody's seen it before. So it's obvious. Like, I'm not going to say, because again, we're in the realm of getting sued now, Jess.
Allegedly.
So we're in a lot of allegedlys as it comes to everything right now.
Yeah, and aside from being sued, she sounds like she might she's all, hey, I'm not going to send you a cease and desist. I'm going to send you a cease or die.
Yeah. Yeah. Hope you got your brakes checked, because But anyway, me and Jesse are not trying to die.
Not so much,
soon.
dude. Yeah, dude. If you ducked death in your fucking special forces career and then you got killed for saying some shit online, that would be a fucking tragedy.
So here's the thing, man. You joke about that, but that's kind of the running joke is that like so many dudes like make it through combat and like our type of work and then like die to something fucking weird and frivolous. So let's let's not have that be me. Not that I give a shit. I'm not going to stop talking about what we talk about. You know, it is what it is. Although we are strategic guys. We talked about this on the channel. Me and Jesse are not about to go play Kanye West music as we go. That actually, you know what, Jesse? You know what I was thinking? Next time I come out to Texas, we're all gonna go out and I'm gonna get us into that situation. We're gonna be live streaming and I'm gonna
and just be like,
I'm gonna play some Kanye HH in the club and be like, that's all Jesse put it on.
Yeah, at Dan's Ranch, we'll be shooting and you're like, oh, what's up, dude? You remember boom boxes, dog?
yeah. And we're canceled.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. Well, Jess, I mean, we did 2 hours, 20 minutes.
All right, dude. Yeah.
I know you. We should all say thank you to Jesse. He literally got back home from Mexico, like left the airport, like 2 hours ago, 3 hours ago?
Yeah, I got home a couple hours before we started. I've been in Mexico for a week. And hey, are you guys affected by this storm that's coming in where you are?
Not out here, dude. Not in Oregon.
Okay.
Typically we are. It's always cold out here though. So we're like, whatever. But no, we're not hitting the big nasty one like you guys are getting.
Yeah, I had to come home a day early because they canceled all the flights. Like there are no flights coming into Texas tomorrow, apparently.
Well, glad you got in. If you got to, I know you got to get out of here. You said you had about 2 hours, so I'm not going to make you fucking stay on here. I know you need to go to sleep, man.
I do, dude. But I appreciate you having me on, dude. Everybody watch out for that video tomorrow about the fucking demented pedophile that is apparently on Erica's speaking tour or whatnot, or allegedly.
Go figure. No way.
Yeah. All right, dude.
Yeah, brother. Thank you for coming on, man. All right, I'll hit you up. All right. So yes, we again, Jesse literally when I messaged him like 3 hours ago and was like, hey man, you want to come on the show tonight? He was like, I'm literally leaving customs right now. So he literally drove home, jumped on, he logged in literally like 2 minutes before we went live. So thank you so much to Jesse. All right. So hey guys, we knocked out the regular episode for tonight. So now we got to hit the super chats. Okay. So everybody who was just here for the regular scheduled show, Jesse's out of here. Thank you guys so much. And let's jump in to see what everybody had to say. All right. Hey, Nate, the ghost of Hugo Chavez came and rigged the Gundy Awards. Oh, yeah, guys. We didn't even talk about that. We were busy. We did not win the Gundys. We lost. Me and Dan from Heavy Duty Country. Everybody actually. We have about 5-6 friends that were all nominated in different categories. None of us won. Dan lost. I lost to Colin Noir. Go figure. The biggest Second Amendment podcaster, I guess, is out there. It is what it is. You know, I will say this. My wife, she filmed in the actual show, you know, and we got all the top 5 got read off. We did get the biggest cheers in there. But that's okay. We lost somebody with a channel 10 times the size of ours. No big deal. But appreciate the support. Appreciate the support to everybody who voted and everything like that. But we did not win. Thank you, R. Miles. Appreciate you. Bobby says, Jesse, you're crushing and opening my eyes to stuffing. Had believed all along. Keep going, man. Yeah. Oh, also, guys, if you're not already following Jesse, which you probably are if you follow my channel, make sure you go follow him. You know, he's a lot bigger channel than mine, but Jesse's out there crushing it every day. And his video tomorrow is going to be amazing. So make sure you check that out. All right. Warris Araka says, imagine Candace with Discovery over TPUSA. They can't be that dumb, can they? Oh my God. That's a great point. And that's why I don't think Candace gives a shit. It's because she's like, all right, yeah, we'll do Discovery. Yeah, that could be wild. But I don't think they're actually I think, as Jesse talked about, I don't think they're going to carry through. I think they're just sending out threats. Fuzzyball says, I was never 100% on the existence of demons until I saw all the demons that have come to the forefront of TPUSA since CK's demise. I've got, do I have one? No, we're good. I was going to pull up another one, but yeah. Yeah, and there's again, we talked about a lot of weird connections, having people that are Satanists on your advisory board. Probably not great, but is what it is. First Amendment died in Florida. Police sent to a woman's house after anti-Zionist Facebook comments. Rachel Pacheco, they be coming after people like CK's Murder Next, Trump's America, shaking my head. Yeah, I mean, we talked about that with Florida. Again, me and Jesse both agreed on this. Like, couldn't give a fuck less about these, some stupid song or these, kids doing dumb shit. But like, it is pretty sketchy, the fact that like, hey, you say something wrong online and you're going to be completely banned from everything in the country immediately. Doesn't help the stereotypes. I'm just saying, if you're part of that group, it's not helping your cause when you do that. Alpha males get dirt under their fingernails. That's a good point. Thank you, Becca. All right. Hardway says, pay no attention to the little Epstein behind the curtain. That's a great point. More distractions. Also, we're still supposed to get the Epstein files. Like 99% of the Epstein files still have not been released. So maybe we could get those. Probably won't. Bobby says YouTube is like a round sent down range. You can't pull back once it's sent. Yeah, that's true. The internet's that way, Bobby, for sure. This is excellent advice. Bros before hoes. I'm Tim Kennedy, and I endorse this message. Rainbow from Tim Kennedy's tiny penis. Also, guys, let me tell you this. Can I tell you guys something? Am I going to get in trouble if I tell you this? Am I going to get in trouble if I tell you this? I don't think I'm going to get in trouble if I tell you this. I could probably just tell you this. Finish our drink here. So, look, for the Gundies, for the awards, I had a great acceptance speech ready. I had some, you guys know me. We do comedy. We love one-liners. I had like so many good one-liners lined up. I was gonna make some all things are possible through God and Tim Kennedy jokes, right? And instead, Colin won and got up on stage and cried and talked about how amazing it was, and he's been working at this for 20 years. And then I kind of felt bad. Look at this guy. Why does he always have to be drunk? Nate's had one drink. 250-pound Nate had one drink tonight. And Amy, I want to call you a retard, but you're a female, so I don't know if that's an okay thing to call you. Hey, chat, what do we call female retards? How do I do it respectfully? How do we call females retards? Typically, it's men that I call retarded. In the most respective way possible. What's a female retard? What do we call them? Not a Karen. Is it a Karen? An Amy? Somebody said an Amy? What? Diana says it's an Amy. Okay. Again, I don't know. Karens? Yeah, okay. All right. Anyway. Yeah, but, Colin was very emotional about it. He was very happy to get it. So I was like, all right. It means more to him than it means to me. I'd say just to Karen. Yeah. All right. Yeah. Okay. All right. We got it already. All the distraction from the fact our leaders are being blackmailed and manipulated by a foreign country. True. That is happening. Circuses used to have freak shows. Now the internet has the Take Gang. Same principle. You can't look away. Real Bays. I was going to show one of your, I kept trying to pull up the clip you put out today that I made about Erica. I don't know if Bays is still here. But Bays says, if they were able to buy and blackmail majority of the politicians, why wouldn't you believe the case with these influencers? Great point. It's hard to trust anyone these days, especially since I hear they're all a bunch of devil worshippers. Anyway, allegedly. Yeah, you got to put allegedly on that, Bays. Good point. Like, so the politicians are bought off. Why would, like, here's the thing. This is a great point by Bays. If you think politicians have power. And what I mean by power is power within the populace, right? Within the American populace. Most politicians have zero power within the populace comparatively. Like, compare some random congressman from, I don't want to put a state out that's going to offend anybody, but let's just say wherever in California. Nobody knows who they are. They're running from an austere district. Do you think they have more power than Candace Owens or Ian Carroll or even fucking, unfortunately, people like Ben Shapiro? Absolutely not. Not in the court of public opinion. And so, to Bezos' point, why would you not expect these same foreign adversaries, foreign agents, to invest that money in social media people as they would in politicians? Of course, you would absolutely expect that, and they 100% do that. So, very good point by Bezos on that one. VFT told Jesse about Matt the fuck Walsh. Yeah, Jesse knows all about Matt. We're a little bit more passionate than Jesse is as veterans, but Tate doing the Tel Aviv two-step like a good 90-year-old. Good goy. David Allen Coe, Atlanta. Ryan says, at this point, imagine a new Balfour declaration where Benny J. Hama publicly says he owns Europe and the Middle East is entirely through blackmail. We're not getting that far away with it. The weird shit with the European Union and NATO and everything going on. Just 67 IQ followers of the Tucson Raider religion doing dumb stuff. Also, that's a great looking kitty you got with the LA hat on them. Bobby says, if they are in such control, why are we still sending them billions? Makes no sense. Well, Bobby, I would say the reason why we keep sending them all these billions, to answer your question, is because they're in control. Otherwise, we would not send them all the fucking money. Yeah, you should follow Real Base. All right, let's hold on. Should we watch? I tried to pull this up, and for whatever reason, when I copied it from Baze's channel, it kept fucking up on me. Hold on. Let's see if we can pull it up. Oh, he just texted me. All right, Baze, are you in here? He just messaged me on Instagram. All right, I keep trying to pull this up, and it's like different weird videos, even though it's his video. It's supposed to be his video. No, no, brother. I have it. I'm just trying to pull it up. Hold on. We might have gotten a little bit of trouble for this. I told people last week, do not fucking clip this. What? Oh, here we go. Is this it? Come on. Now, what the fuck is this? All right, I'm just going to go straight to Baze's channel because this is wonky. Oh, there he is. Oh, sorry, guys. I'm trying to figure this out in real time. I don't see it right now. Oh, well, we'll figure it out. Figure it out as we go. I don't know. I can't get his channel to pull up correctly. Is it a story? All right, sorry guys. Sorry, Baze. For whatever reason, I can't pull that video up. Okay, we'll keep moving. I'm sure he's gonna probably text me here. Yeah, there it is. All right, he just texted to me. All right, hold on. I think we got it now. Again, we might be in trouble for this because it's me calling Erica Cork a bad word. Not like I'm not trying to be rude, but it was from last week's stream. All right, let's see if we pull it up here. We got it? There we go. We finally got it. All right. So we got a little bit of trouble. The title says, was Erica Kirk a coke whore? Good question. Hopefully this isn't Nate involved in this discussion. But it is.
Great episode. So I watched that, and then I switched to Valhalla, and I'm watching Valhalla, and not too long in, he's sitting there calling Erica Kirk a coke-whore. And I'm like, yeah, like, that was not what I was expecting. And then I see him taking a sip of his drink. I see the cherries at the bottom. I'm like, he looks like he's having a whiskey. That's not a bad idea. And then I went and I made myself a whiskey. And I just sat there watching Valhalla, calling Erica Kirk a coke-whore. And, maybe I shouldn't be laughing like this. Maybe I shouldn't find it so amusing. I told you I can be an asshole. But, I mean, I could totally see. Because, listen, I'm not going to get too much into my past. But I have my own history with not so much coke, but with coke whores. And I've said multiple times that if Erica Kirk wasn't connected and she didn't have all the connections she did, that this woman would be working bottle service in a nightclub trying to rub on rich guys.
Super fair.
Like that's just, I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong to profile her in that way. But like I said, I've seen her type. I've seen girls like that. And yeah, I could totally believe her. I could totally picture
also, like, just right here as he's talking,
her being a coke whore.
And look, here's what I was trying to say with that. I'm not being judgmental. Okay. To Baze's point, we're not being judgmental. We're just saying, like, Erica Kirk was the one talking about this. Erica Kirk was the one telling herself, hey, if you could tell yourself 5 years ago what not to do, she's like, yeah, fucking blow. Okay. Somebody said, what is Nate's channel? All right, but there's a point I'm trying to get to this. Okay. There's a point I'm trying to get to this. My biggest point with this. Okay. No, this isn't my biggest point. I'm not going to say that. We're not doing that. My biggest point with this is everybody got sued but me. I did the episode, kind of saying like, hey, based off of what she is saying on her own Instagram posts, she reminds me of a coke whore, a reformed. And I told Baze this. Reformed. Okay. Reformed. Not current. I'm not trying to get sued by TPUSA. I'm saying reformed. All right. Back in the day. And yeah. Thank you, Anonymous. Allegedly. Okay. So, but it actually is kind of funny that, like, you can say stuff like that and you won't get sued. But if you question the financials, if you question, like, you can call Erica Kirk, like, literally Nate can call Erica Kirk a coke whore on a live stream with 10,000 people and nobody cares about that. And that's like, they're like, nah, I'm good to go. But if you question the finances of TPUSA, the lawyers are coming for your bitch ass. I'm just saying. To Base's point. All right. There's some things like discovery would be wild, right? But anyway, sorry. We got a little sidetracked there. Okay. AJ says, I knew there was a reason I hated Andrew Tate other than him being a piece of shit. Yeah, here's the thing. Like with Andrew, with Tate, you can't be top G and then also be a little fucking pussy bitch that like blames everything on your 25-year-old friends, dude. You can't. I'm sorry, you can't. I'll tell you, if that was me and I was out having fun with the boys, a bunch of young dudes in the content creation space, and they were doing dumb shit, and I decided to let it fly, I would not then go on a fucking podcast apology tour. It was all their fault. I didn't say it. I didn't put the song on, even though I'm a 40-year-old man in a fucking nightclub hanging out with 20-year-old dudes. Like, man up, dude. You want to be top G, man the fuck up, right? Stop being a little fucking pussy. And yes, I'll call you that, Andrew Tate, because one of us did a lot more fucking dangerous and fucking courageous job than the other. But don't fucking throw the young fucking kids with you under the bus. Come on, dude. Grow the fuck up. Be the grown man. You're the top G. You're the leader. All right. If you want to be the leader, you got to act like it. Okay. And that includes when things go wrong. Part of leadership is being the guy in charge and taking accountability when things don't go well. You want to be the big dog. Well, to be top G, you got to be top G when things go bad as well, which he did not do. He curtailed, he pussied out, and he blamed everything on fucking 20-year-old kids. And that ain't going to get it done in the alpha male space, unfortunately, in my opinion. Maybe I'm wrong. We could do a poll on that. We can do a poll on that. Let's see. I got a poll for you guys. We love polls around here. You know that. Just 2 choices. Andrew Tate. Top G or top Goy? There you go. Chat. We'll let the chat decide. We'll let the community decide. No, it's not Erica or CW. You got for this one right now, it's Andrew Tate. Is he either the top G or the top Goy? That's what we got right now. All right. Moose says Andrew Tate's tech teams, are they pager companies asking for a friend? Yeah, wasn't that bizarre? Talking about how I've got teams in Israel. I've got Jewish investors, which is fine, but like not what we expected. All those alpha bros share one ball. Scott says one ball between them. Oof. Jesse, why everybody's saying you're short? Ain't you like 6 foot? These dudes trying to tell me you're 5'4". No, Jesse's not 5'4". Jesse's problem is that Jesse recently has done content with like Dan from Heavy Duty Country, who's the same height as me. He's a fucking gigantic dude. And guys, I did a couple podcasts while I was out in Vegas. So I did the Jake Shields podcast. We're friends with Jake. But I also did, and this was kind of random. I wasn't expecting to do it, but he invited me on the show while I was out there. We did this podcast too. The Sean Kelly podcast. This one was wild. A lot of crazy clips on this one. I'm sure you guys have seen his stuff. But this motherfucker is tall, bro. Oh my God. I don't have the pictures of us together, but let's see if I can pull one up of him standing. Oh, that's him I don't have him. Don't have any of him. But you guys know the Sean Kelly podcast. That motherfucker is gigantic, dude. He was like 6'7", 6'8". Anyway, kind of random, dude. But Jesse's not that small. And also, Jesse's the most badass one out of our group. By far. When it comes to actually like, hey, who could fuck who up? Jesse could fuck all of us up. It wouldn't even be close. But Jesse's not a small dude. He just has friends that are really, really tall. But no, Jesse's not 5'4". I bet Jesse's probably like 5'10", would be my guess. Scotty says, welcome back to stateside. So I hope your vacation was balling. Just wanted to say I bought a new Raycon Open Earbud Sport Edition. Best earpods I've ever owned. Highly recommend them to the athletes. Oh, hell, there you go. Sounds good. I haven't tried those out before. I have heard of them. Are those the ones that don't actually go in your ear, but they like work off of your the bone in your temple here? Maybe thinking of something different, but Rorschach says you guys wouldn't drag 20-year-old guys as your date to a nightclub. The whole thing smells like Diddy Lubes. Bro, the closest thing I have to a 20-year-old friend is our 16-year-old son. We don't. And his friends, which when I start to think about, I'm like, wow. Is like our son and his friends are like 3 years away from like clavicular and those dudes. No, I don't see myself going to the nightclub with the 20-year-old boys, unfortunately. Not that it, like, guys, I'm not saying every once in a while, once a year, or so, me and the wife, we like to go out with the friends, go to the nightclubs. We usually stay out till about 11:45 p.m. Even in Vegas, we were out both nights. I think we were in the hotel by midnight both nights because we're old and we're fucking, well, not my wife's doing well. My wife's looking good and looking young, but I'm old. Who shaved my eyebrows off? Nobody, bro. I'm Scandinavian. Blonde hair, blue eyes. Got what we got. Unfortunately, is what it is. Did I miss your opinion on the Sasha Riley interview? No, we got it written down again. I'm going to talk about it on Tuesday, guys. A lot of you guys have been asking me about that, but not for this show. Talking about it on Tuesday. AJ says, personally, I think going to clubs is boring. I did it when I was in my 20s, but it got boring in like a year. Yeah, and I mean, I used to, guys, I literally worked in a nightclub before I joined the military. Look, nothing against the young dudes and the young women going out, having a good time, going to the nightclubs. All right. It is what it is. You do it when you're young. It's fine. But also, yeah, if you're going to do it in Miami, maybe don't play Heil Hitler by Kanye, and then you won't get canceled. Not that I give a shit, as you guys know, but is what it is. Mesa says, not sure if I missed this today, and asked Nate last week, can Jesse talk about the David guy, USA champ? Yeah, we made a joke about it earlier. Jesse, I don't think he can talk about that yet. I do believe he wants to put out the story. Again, this story like literally went up to the federal government, which is like privately. And so let's make sure Jesse wants to talk about it first, because he, it's pretty wild with David, the long hair guy. But let's wait. Let's make sure Jesse wants to talk about that before I delve into it. It is a fucking wild story, though. I'm sure he's going to tell it eventually. Bobby says, I'm sure that most influencers have not seen the evil we have, Nate. Their ignorance will be their downfall. That's also, Bobby, I was thinking about that when it comes to outside of like Myron, right? Because Myron actually worked as a federal agent. He's got real world experience and stuff like that. But like, yeah, you're talking about some of these like young kids, dude, that have done nothing but stream for their lives. No real world experience. Haven't seen shit. Haven't seen the world. Yeah. I think I don't know if they'll be their downfall, Bobby, but I just don't think they have the life experience, and they'll get it maybe eventually, or not, or they'll burn in and ruin their careers. We'll have to wait and see. Nice handle, Cabron. Okay. Israel is at fault for the ban. Oh, wow. If you're talking about their ban downtown, yeah. Sully says it's obvious none of these boys had proper father figures in their lives, classless and juvenile, all the false prophets. Be careful who you influence these. Well, the Tate brothers' dad was in the CIA. By the way, if you didn't know. Not to say there's anything wrong with that. Okay. Not to say that your dad being a high-level Fed, nothing wrong with that. My dad was a Green Beret and worked with the CIA myself. Okay. I was a Green Beret. I've not trying to judge anyone, but just things to think about. Wish Myron Gaines was on the poll because I think he did it. Just lobbing grenades and dancing in celebration. It probably, you know what's crazy? Like based off of Myron and the fact that he just doesn't give a fuck, it probably was Myron. But he also doesn't care. And I actually like Myron. I think he's got good content. I don't have anything against Myron at all. And he also like stood on business, and when he got asked, he put on his Israeli flag and went full bore on it. So someone said, if you're the Fed, you're the best actor ever. It's the long game, dude. It's the long game. Like I'm working for Kash Patel and Dan Bongino, but it's the long game. All right. So it's like, if I shit on the federal government so hard for like 9 years straight, and then I flip, then everybody will be like, well, shit, Nate was shitting on the federal government for 9 years straight. So if he's flipped, well, that's our boy now. Where's Munchkin? Guys, you see this? I didn't even talk about this. This is what's so crazy. We literally built out, this is a new addition to the streams. Great point. So we built out Munchkin, her own cat hammock here. It's like literally right here. This I'm not joking, you guys. Munchkin was literally, I could show you, I got pictures of it. I could show you Munchkin was sleeping in here for 3 hours as I built out the episode tonight, she literally did not move. And then at 4:56 p.m., Munchkin got up out of the cat hammock and bounced out of the room. 4 minutes before we started the stream, she's like, I'm fucking out. I'm done with it. So, but that kind of sucked. But the good news is she's super into it. She's been sleeping in here. She's been sleeping in here the last couple days during the day. And so we got it set up. So now we can in the future plan to have Munchkin hanging out during the streams. So that's what we got set up. So yes, I probably should have talked about that. Should have talked about this earlier. But this is Munchkin's new hangout. So yes, promise we will have that. Maybe I might be able to bring her in here. Hold on. Let me text. Let me text my daughter and tell her to bring Munchkin in here. We'll see if she'll stay or not. Oh, my bad. We'll see if my daughter responds. But yes, we got Munchkin's new cat tree, so she can hang out with us during the live streams. AJ says attack equal fast. Apologize for the drunk fingers. Drunk Texan. You're good. My daughter's gonna bring Munchkin in here. You need to try the green apple fireball, Bobby. I have green apple fireball, but also even like green apple crown. Green apple crown, I'm a big fan of. Pimps up, holes down. Make HBO great again. Wars Racket says, I wonder who would win in a fist fight between Nick Fuentes and Clavicular. And for fairness, not on math. Clavicular for sure. He's twice the size of Nick Fuentes. I miss when we did dumb stuff and didn't have smartphones to post it online. Those were the days. Oh, there she is.
She was sleeping.
Come on, Jean. Come here, baby. Come here, baby. Let's see if we I think she's good. Yeah. Should probably go to sleep. There we go. So she's chilling. Told you guys. We'll see if she'll stay. Yep, we got Munchie in here. Yeah, I told you guys this was like the best investment. She loves it. She's not gonna look this way right now. But that's why we got it. Oh yeah. The baby Minch. The baby Minch. All right, we're good. All right, Munchkin's in here now. All right, let's keep moving. That was the goal, was to get Munchkin a spot that she could chill in. All right. What's worse, Brinlin, Hollyhand wanting mature, or Jaden Smith wanting to talk about economics and state of the world? Also, Sneeko took the mature, didn't get outraged about his take. I mean, he's a mid 20-year-old kid. Sneeko, here's the thing. Like, I'm not like a big manosphere guy, but to your point, Sneeko's response actually was the most impressive. Sneeko was like, look, I didn't do it, but at the same time, I don't apologize. It is what it is. It's a song. Don't give a shit. It's pretty fucking lame that Andrew Tate is a 40-year-old man, threw me under the bus. That dude handled it very, very well. I was actually very impressed with Sneeko. I think Sneeko was the most impressive of everybody. Oh, no, Munchkin's out of here. All right, well, it is what it is. She's not in the mood. Not in the mood. Next time. How old's Munchkin? Munchkin is about 2 years. Oh, she's over here right now. Munchkin, what are you doing? Nah, she's not having it. You gotta let her out. That's all right. Next time when she's ready. Clavicular response was good too. Clavicular, as the 20-year-old kid, said, hey, fucking, I don't care. So was Nick Fuentes. Nick Fuentes said, yeah, close the door. Close the door. All the young 20-year-old kids had the best response, where they were like, yep, it's a song. Who fucking cares? Cancel us, whatever. Yeah, they're the ones that stood on business. It was the Tates that folded, turned into gigantic pussies about it. Could you imagine being Jesse and still supporting Trump, who's protecting PDFs and trying to get rid of Massey? Is that what he's doing? I don't know. Jesse is an independent, and he's very, very adamant every time I watch his stuff about being an independent. So I don't know if that's actually what he believes or not. I doubt it. Doubt it. If you ask Jesse if he's a Republican or a Democrat or MAGA or not, he'll tell you he's an independent. So, all right. We're being forced. Bobby says we're being forced to kiss the ring as to NATO or to a nation NATO formed. Kind of messed up, if you ask me. Yeah, I mean, God, there's so much weird shit going on right now in the world, especially with NATO, the United States, Europe, Greenland. I don't even know. I'm like trying to keep up foreign policy wise, foreign conflict wise, but it's very, very difficult right now because we're on January. Guys, let's remember it is January 23rd of 2026. I want you to remember just since January 1st, what has happened. Refusal to release the Epstein files. We kidnapped Maduro. We threatened to invade 7 different countries. We were going to invade Iran. We decided not to because Israel wasn't ready, although we will probably most likely bomb Iran here in the next month because of that. Foreign policy-wise, that's been 3 weeks. It's been 3 weeks since the new year. And all of that has happened. It's like, I don't know how the fuck we keep up with that. Especially since we have, and guys, I don't want to stress you guys out when I say this. Although I think it's going to stress you guys out because it stresses me out when I think about it. I want to remind you guys, we have 3 years. 3 years of Trump 2.0 left. 3 years. Just something to think about for everybody. If you're not stressed out at home enough, it's been 1 year. We got 3 left. It's fucking insane, by the way. And again, I'm saying, think about what's happened in the last 23 days. The last 23 days, we have rolled into a foreign country, kidnapped their president, then threatened to invade Colombia, Cuba, Venezuela again, Iran, Greenland. And that's on top of continuing to bomb Gaza, Lebanon, Sudan, Syria. That's just in the last 3 weeks, by the way. So I don't know where the fucking country's going to be in 3 years from now, but Patty says, I think I have TDS. We all have TDS in some fashion. It's either Trump derangement syndrome, it's Trump defense syndrome, but the world is fatigued, and it's really brutal that we're fatigued with 3 years left. Like, if you're fatigued at 25% of the way in, we got a long ways to go. We got a long ways to go, boys and girls. Hopefully we all make it. Hopefully the internet exists long enough for us to continue talking about this, but yeah, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. Anyway. Okay. Dubs. Holy shit. We got one of the goats in the fake alpha male space here earlier. Dubs probably isn't hanging out with us anymore, but yes, Dubs, as we're making fun of fake alpha males, of course, Dubs had to show up. If you guys aren't watching or following Dubs' channel, if you guys are into the fake alpha male universe, you should go follow Dubs because Dubs got great content on the fake alpha male universe. Dubs, good to see you. Don't know if you're still here or not, brother, but love you here on the channel, buddy. Thank you for the super sticker. Johnny says, the most profound moment in video game history, if both yourself and Jesse have a react to this video, granted it was made 6 years ago and about 25-year-old game, it explains the ties of where we're all at today. Also, GTFI, Nate and Jesse. What's the game, dude? Johnny, you got to tell us what the game is or what the moment is. Am I missed it? Dubs is mogging. Oh, Dubs mogs hards, dude. I don't know what the game is, bro. I don't know what we're talking about. You didn't give us a context on that, but thank you. Ryan says TPUSA equals Richard the Bruce. I hope we've seen Braveheart. I actually watched Braveheart. Guys, I watched Braveheart for the first time in probably 20 years the other night. Yeah. I would suggest you go back and watch it. Fantastic. Just paying my stream tax. Hopefully I was late. Thank you, Emas. Appreciate you, brother. Alchemy says, Jesse, where can I email you with tips on the Satanist stuff? P.S. I love both your shows. I don't want to. I don't know if this is Jesse's actual email. Let's not. I'm not gonna put out Jesse's email in case it's his actual email. But if you go to his YouTube channel, I'm sure it'll show his actual YouTube where he can take tips on. Best Goy Awards options: Erica Kirk, Matt Walsh, TPUSA as a whole. Best Goy Awards, guys. All right, let's. This is a great one. We got a poll. We have to have a poll. Top Goy. Wow. Andrew Tate, 11% say top G, 12%. 88% say the top Goy. Unfortunately, Andrew Tate, you are no longer top G. You are the top Goy. But I do like this one. Top Goy Awards. The actual awards. The Top Goy Awards. We got Erica Kirk. I feel like we could have TPUSA involved in that, though. Okay, I want to put TPUSA involved here. We got, let's put Andrew Tate in there, right? He's a new top Goy. What were the other ones here? Matt Walsh has to be up there. That's a Goy legend. Matt Walsh. Who's a fourth? Who's a good fourth? Trump. Trump's a good fourth. Trump's a good fourth. All right. Yeah. This is a good poll. Well done, Neil. We had a little bit of we audibled a little bit on it, but I do like this poll. Man, this is a tough one, right? Like, who's the actual top Goy? And this means, hey, you are a non-J who simps for the J's harder than anyone in America. That is top Goy. Okay, I've got my choice. It's ready. This poll goes hard as fuck. Somebody just said that. No doubt. Okay. And I'm going to give you guys my opinion. I don't want to look at the results. I want to look at the results here in a minute. All right. But I do like that one. Good comment, Neil. Bobby says, so the billions we send is used for political contributions and warfare against those who disapprove. Yes, that's exactly what we do. Yeah, we send billions and billions and billions of dollars to foreign countries. And then, those who we disagree with, we bomb the shit out of. Yeah, Bobby, I think that's actually exactly how it works, to your point. That's a good use of our taxpayer dollars, isn't it? Why isn't TPUSA suing the security company? Well, they didn't even fire the security company until, I believe, months after. I'm pretty sure it was my videos. I'm not going to take credit for this, but I'm pretty sure it was my videos dunking and shitting on the security company harder than everybody that may have had some impact on that. But to your point, I don't know. Ryan says gold and silver doing pretty good. Yeah, we're going to talk about that on Tuesday's stream for sure. Here to support the gun show. Hi, boys. Enjoy you both. Thank you, Kay Perry. Appreciate it. It's me, Erica. Give me your money. It's funny because it's true. That's exactly what she does. Bay says, don't forget about Michael Aquino's own allegations. I told you the other day, 50 plus kids in an Army-related case, $60 million settlement. Yeah, we talked about that one during the stream with Jesse. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, MAGA gang have ransacked everything of value and are dismantling our system of government. But TPUSA, Erica, and Candace, yes, stay distracted. Stay distracted, ladies and gentlemen. Absolutely. While you are busy, all of us, including me, are busy focusing on things like this. What's happening in the background? Oh, that's right. The Epstein files have still not been released. 99% of the Epstein files have still not been released, nor will they ever be released. To your point, unfortunately. Aquino goes all the way back to the Franklin scandal and Johnny Gosh. Yeah, again, I've just started like really deep diving into this, and it's getting weird. As a dog, that shit's gross. With dog nose, we got some dogs, actual dog viewers in the channel. Great stream, gents. Thank you, brother. Appreciate it. Ellie says, how to be a one-man criminal syndicate. Ask Bono, the devout Christian. Bob Geldof, and Bono took the live odd money and gave it to Dr. Fauci for AIDS trials in Africa in 1905. Dr. Fauci gave money for the AIDS trials in 1905? Now, look, I love a good conspiracy, but I don't know if Dr. Fauci was around in 1905. I'm just going to say, I'm not sure if those dates line up. Okay. Not that I don't, I'm a huge anti-Fauci guy myself, but I think you meant 1985, probably, during the AIDS epidemic, I hope. If that's the case, then this story actually makes pretty good sense. All right. If this is 1985, I think you mistyped it, then yeah. Then I'm in it. I'm in it with you on that one. All right. Ethan says, talked about the Middle East with a boomer the other day at work. They're practically brainwashed. Only talking points and no critical thinking. Here's the thing. Let me explain it this way. And this is why I don't beat up the boomers. I'm not here to judge the boomers when it comes to access to information and their opinions on foreign policy and our greatest ally. Why? Here's why. Our parents, if you're my age, my parents are boomers, did not grow up in the age of freedom of information and the internet. They grew up in the 40s and 50s and 60s and 70s being given one line of thinking, one line of information. There was almost zero access to information outside of whatever Walter Cronkite shoved down your throat, right? We are in a very, very different environment in 2026 with access to information and the internet and the fact that you can find out anything about any situation that's ever happened in the world and is ongoing currently in the world. And so we can't really be that critical of a demographic that grew up. Yeah, somebody say books existed, but books were also written by the winners of fucking wars, right? Like this isn't actually a great way to look at, like, think about all the books from the 1930s, 40s, and 50s. Think about the Schofield Bible, right? Like almost all of American Protestant religion is based off of an entire bullshit book from the Schofield Bible. Okay, that's a book. But my point with that is they didn't have the internet. They didn't have all this massive access to information that we have. So to be like judgmental of this demographic because they're not based, because they're not what's noticing, I try not to be too judgmental about that, right? Because they didn't grow up in that same environment that we did. And so that's my point with this. Like, we all have the, like, no, I'm not gonna say we all do, but like probably the most of us have the Fox News boomer parents. Okay. And so try not to be too, this is what I'd say. Try not to be too judgmental of your parents if they are stuck on the our greatest ally grift, because that's what they grew up with, guys, right? And they do, and so that's my point, right? Like, don't help them change the channel. This is a really good comment right here, and this is what I try to do with my parents. I try to, and they have, right? But I try to like slowly move them in the direction, because again, just remind yourself of that, right? Like they did not grow up in the same situation and access to information that we did, right? Not to say that's an excuse for bad politics or bad policies. It's not completely, but like, let's just understand the context to it a little bit, right? Is that fair? I think that's fair. Okay. Logger says Nick turned so hard he grew a Shapiro beard. Yeah, his Epstein stuff is lost me a lot of it. But is what it is. Shout out to Dauntless Dialogue. It's Clean Break, Great Reset, 9/11, symbolism exposes everything. This is the way. There you go. So Dauntless Dialogue, if he's talking about the Clean Break and the Great Reset, that's a dude that's probably very, very good content to go and watch. So I would suggest you check that out for sure. Anybody who's talking about the Clean Break obviously is pretty well informed, especially the global war and terror and everything foreign policy wise that's happened in the last 25 years for sure. Trump / our greatest ally CK found the hand in the cookie jar. Well, maybe. F-35 says Benny spat in the face of all Christians. There is one Prince of Peace. It's Jesus. He chose the words very carefully with Trump's award. In the face of all Americans, he hates our Savior and us. Benny. Are we talking about Benny Johnson? Who are we talking about here? If Benny Johnson is spitting in the face of Christians, it's probably some other dude's semen that he had in his mouth that he's spitting afterwards. So please don't clip that, by the way. Shit. That's a Nate moment. Do not clip that. Do not put that anywhere on Instagram. Okay. That's a gay joke. It's in bad taste. I get it. All right. Again, let's not clip that. Nate's got some clips going around. Let's not clip that. Anyway, let's keep moving. Let's keep moving as we move through this. All right. Bobby says politics is evil and it needs to be rooted out. Theater kids will not save us. And they're all theater kids, Bobby. They're 99.9% of them are theater kids. And that is the problem. That is where our politicians come from. Okay. All right. The chat. The chat. I do see the chat is that it's okay. Okay, the chat appreciated the joke. Now I don't feel so bad. Okay. All right, chat liked the joke. So somebody says, "You're a theater kid." Oh, geez. Yeah, Nate's a theater kid. You got me. I spent all my time dancing and just jiggling around in my time as a Green Beret, right? When we go out on combat operations, I'd have Fetty Wap playing in the background, just as I'd like just get going and dancing because I'm the theater kid on the mission. You know what I'm saying? That's what everybody knows. Everybody knows that about Green Berets. They're theater kids for sure. Badass. Navy SEALs are the real theater kids, though. You know what I mean? Anyway. Yeah, you got me. You got me on that one. All right. John says it's Tweedle-Ree versus Tweedle-Tard. Like Tweedledee. Tweedle-Ree versus... Okay, I get it. It's a pretty good joke. All right. Hey, Nate. Off-topic question. Where are any of your friends at U.S. Special Forces spotted in the town of Deir Hafer in eastern Aleppo province meeting with senior SDF leadership? Even if I did have friends operationally doing something like that in Aleppo, I would not tell you about it. it turns out. But I don't personally, well, maybe I do. Maybe I do. I don't personally know anybody in Aleppo right now, outside of maybe some people. But anyway, wouldn't tell you anyway. Can't talk about anything operational. All right. What's up, Nate? Love your work, my man. Jesse, what's up, brother? Thank you. Appreciate you, Josh. John says TPSUA literally monetized a crime scene where an extremely influential human was murdered / friends. Yeah, and they made $200 million off of it. Jesse talked about that earlier. Yes, they did. Now we can talk about that's not discussable. Like there's no arguing that. We know they made close to $250 million off of Charlie Kirk being killed. The question you have to ask yourself is that an okay thing to do? And what the MAGA evangelicals will tell you is yes, that's an okay thing to do because it pushes forward Charlie's message. It pushes forward Charlie's political agenda, right? That is what TPUSA is telling you. That yes, it is okay because it is pushing forward what Charlie believed in. And I'm putting big quotes on what Charlie believed in because I don't believe they've been honest or authentic about that, but it's a real thing that's happened. They have made $250 million off of his death. That is true. You know, and we can have whatever opinion we want on that, but we really can't disagree on that fact. So Lori Cardoza Moore is the bish that sent the text about the Jays. I think we actually watched her, right? Watched her yap about that. Whose card is this? Says if he's alive, who would be in on it? Wild. Well, I don't think he's alive personally. But who knows? She's in top 10 J shit. She's the J cleanup crew. Jesus Christ. Benny says, I'm a little bit behind the live stream, but consider this. What if a third party put on that Kanye song with the intent of forcing Tate into a loyalty test? Now that's money well spent. Here's what I'll say. The reason why this falls apart is because they played the song in the Sprinter van. The Sprinter van that the 6 of them were riding in. They played that song and all laughed and cheered to it, which fucking whatever, dude. But they did that before they then went into the nightclub and played the song again. And so that's where the idea of maybe they were set up. Yeah, probably not. Probably not. Probably not. Some type of look at this guy. Look at this guy. Here it is. It's gonna be the comment. It's gonna be the comment that's gonna break me tonight. Okay. This guy, the Mexican conspiracy theorist, with his blood headband bandana, sick fucking gangbanger, bro. As you're watching YouTube, do blood gangbangers watch my channel? If so, dope. But also, you're a fucking pussy fake gangbanger, dude. Let's be real. Ain't no real fucking blood taking these profile pictures watching my fucking content on YouTube. None of them. There's no real bloods watching Nate's YouTube channel. So you're a fake pussy douchebag who literally took a picture with a fucking blood bandana over your eyes like you're a fucking gang member. You're not. You're some fucking pussy douche on the internet who thought this was a good idea. Because I'll tell you, I'm going to be very, very clear. Ain't no real bloods watching Nate's YouTube channel on a Friday night. None of them. Because they're out doing gangbanger shit, bro. So, look at you, you fucking pussy dork, dude. Look at you. You actually took this profile picture thinking that this was going to make you a fucking tough guy. Anyway, as we get a little bit sidetracked from the fake gangbanger here. And even if you were a gangbanger, let me be very clear. With a gun or with your hands, I would fucking dump you in the street and you would have no fucking chance. Even if you were a gangbanger. Because it turns out gangbangers aren't fucking more lethal than fucking Green Berets. Duh. Imagine that, you fucking douche, dude. Oh, guys, I'm going to actually take a picture of myself like that. Except I got to figure out what color bandana I want to wear. Maybe it'll be pink. Maybe I'll do a pink bandana over the eyes. Right? Fucking God. You fucking dork, dude. You dork. Okay, let's keep moving. All right, sorry, guys. Sometimes we we get like the biggest pussy douche dork in here and just have to say something. All right, let's keep moving. Sorry. AJ says cash was bought with Israel Gash. Cash, yes. Apparently, according to what Mike Glover had to say in the CIA, is what it is. Lindsay says, look into the woman who sent Charlie that message. We actually started to look into her a little bit. We got some clips from that. Jesse, make sure you check out Jesse's video tomorrow because he's doing an entire video on that. Now the VA just does it for us. Hardway says, if the mystery was solved tonight, then what? March up to Pambani Patel, tell them where in the bear shit is the buckwheat. The roof is on fire, and we're talking about back steps are broken down. They're not going to do shit. Pam Bondi, Cash Patel aren't going to do nothing. Oh, my God, dude. I love the chats, dude. The chat. Oh, the chats are always undefeated. The gay banger in the channel. Again, guys, our YouTube, me and Jesse on Fire's YouTube channels, there's no real gangbangers watching our channel. There's just not. Let's be honest. It would be cool if there was. If there would be cool if there was. Like fucking the Bloods were just like watching Nate's channel. Like on Friday nights. They're like, shit, dog. We could like hit the fucking club, but we're just gonna fucking drink these 40s and watch Nate's YouTube channel tonight, homie. You think that's happening? You think that's happening in the hood right now? You think in South Central LA, they're like, shit. We could fucking go shoot up the corner. But Nate's channel's on tonight, dog. Nate's live tonight right now, homie. He's live right now, homie. No. It turns out, guys, ain't nobody in the hood watching Nate's channel. I wish they were, because it would be super dope. And like I would be one of those dudes, but like they're not. They're not. We all know it. Nobody in the hood's watching Nate's channel tonight, all right? It is what it is. And I'm okay with it. Well, I think it would be cool because it would like be like a flex. Yeah, like the gangbangers love Nate's shit. But they don't. They don't know who I am. And it's fine. Rick James says, yes, we are, dude. The Jerome's love. All right, chats. Maybe chat is chat saying maybe I'm wrong here. maybe the Bloods are watching Nate's channel. If that's true, all right. Here we go. All right. Apologize to Kansas, Nate. Dude, shut the fuck up. Nate's channel is about exploring every angle, including that a witness is potentially lying. He's a supplement to Candace's work, not an enemy of it. Yeah. It's so weird, man. It's like, I get it. I had criticisms of one witness of one of Candace's stories, and everybody thought I'm all of a sudden, not everybody, but people are like, you're anti-Candace. I'm like, no, I'm not. That's a little bit silly. Jesse shows up after leaving. Says, I couldn't see the chat throughout the entire show, but thank you for everyone for hanging out, and thank Nate for having me on. Hit up tomorrow and tell me about SHOT Show. Yeah, we'll do that. Also, I was trying to get Jesse on the last couple weeks, but we both been traveling in and out of town. I love having Jesse on, man. I love Jesse, man. Jesse's my boy. America first, or we all get calf implants. we all right. That's a that's a that's a fan of the channel. Anytime the Cav jokes come out, and I know chat's about to drop all the Cav jokes, and that's fine. That's absolutely fine. It is what it is. And if you don't understand the Cav jokes, I have gigantic calves. I have probably the biggest calves in the social media space. I'm not going to show them to you. You just have to trust me on this. But that's pretty much where the calf jokes are coming from. It's just because my calves are so big. And my community, if you're maybe a part of Jesse's community, the reason why they're saying that is because my calves are so big that people just have to talk about it. So that's what we're talking about there. You know what I'm saying? I'll Uber you guys in Austin. I'll blast Kanye's infant song pulling up to the bars and clubs. AJ, are you in Austin? Dude, if you're in Austin, man, I'm in and out of there all the time. All the boys are there. Ian's there. Jesse's there. Jared Taylor's there. Dan's there. All my homies are there. So I'm in Texas more than I'm in the Austin, Texas area more than I am anywhere else. So if that's let me know, man. Hit me up on Instagram. And we probably all meet up next time we're out there. All right. David says, just curious, Nate, did you and the guys debunk the 30-06 conspiracy fact about MLK being shot allegedly, having no exit wound allegedly, just like the CK conveniently? Sorry if you did, I wasn't paying attention. No. So I do like that you put allegedly there because you obviously know the backstory and the history. No, there's no debunking the MLK story necessarily. The problem with the MLK story is that, yes, he was supposedly or allegedly shot with the 30-06, but the firearms panel, the ballistics panel that was on that trial could not conclusively match the 30-06 round supposedly that hit MLK to the gun. It's never been matched. So it's kind of like the exact situation that we're looking at here, where supposedly a 30-06 was used, but ballistically they were not able to prove that in the MLK case. So what will happen with the Charlie case? I don't know, but it's very similar in that way, where, also that was what, 60 years ago. And so when you were told something 60 years ago, about a situation like this or an assassination like this, no access to information. But even then, with that, the courts weren't able to actually prove it. Just saying. It's one of those things. Six's mom. What's up, Six's mom? Good to see you here. At least we know where all the money we send to Israel comes back to us. Just certain people get it. Yeah, dude, just not us, right? Just not the American people. Oh, we pay for our own demise. Aloha from Kauai. Thanks to Six's mom. Yeah, I mean, it all reciprocally moves around. It just never comes back to the American people. It comes back to the American corporate conglomerates, the military industrial complex, the oil executives. It comes back to corporate America. It just does not seem to ever, what's that term? Trickle down to the American people. Is what it is. Charlie is QAnon. Amy equals bus kill douche. Jesus Christ. Restrada in Spanish meaning a regarded woman. Oh, for an Amy. Oh, okay. I get it. I was asking what's the word for a retarded woman, and you guys said an Amy. Okay, so there you go. I didn't know, AJ. I didn't know you call a retarded woman an Amy. And guys, I always want to preface this. I do not mean retarded as a slur for mentally handicapped people at all. I don't. I mean for fucking idiots, dumb fucking people. That's what I mean when I say that. No offense to people who are actually autistic or actually have Down syndrome or anything like that. That's not what we're talking about at all. Just people that are straight up retards, right? And I mean that in the most kind way possible. Just not to the retards. Sorry, I'm gonna be in trouble for that. It is what it is. All right. Miss Beaver, my Beaver's unit. You've had some good comments tonight. Because allegedly Coca-Cola whored her. That's a Erica Kirk Cocor joke, which I don't think, did we ever actually did we play Bay's video? God, I don't know if we did. I think we did. Did we? I don't know. We're gonna keep moving. How surprising he's hammered. Oh my gosh. Look at that. Nate had one drink and he's hammered. Is this supposed to be, hold on, guys. When I see these, does anybody actually think that this is like some type of insult when I do my live streams and I have one drink with you guys? You actually think that Nate's actually hammered and this is going to make anybody upset? And you donated, well, here's the thing. You donate money for it. Everybody thinks it's an inside joke. Yeah, because it kind of is. It says you're such a lightweight. Well, I mean, it's not rage bait though, right? Like, because it's not actually going to make me upset. You got to actually be drunk and hammered, which if I was, you guys would know it. And we're talking about doing an actual drunk stream here pretty soon with the boys. Yeah, you can't like just continually be able to speak and not slur your words. Things like that, right? Live streaming. Also, like, think about the shows that we put on, like multiple hours, tons of information and tabs and articles and videos and all the shit I put together. Sensitive? Oof. I don't know about that. Am I sensitive? Maybe. Maybe I am. Maybe I'm not. Maybe I am. It's just very bizarre to me that you would donate money to me to tell me that I'm hammered when we got a lot more to drink. But by the way, if you're looking for a good drink, by the way, check out our pinned comment with our partners over at Heritage Distilling. Fantastic whiskey, which we are drinking tonight. Yeah, absolutely. Go and buy it. Maybe you could get a little what's your name? Chip Diesel. This dude, I guarantee, is super jacked in real life, by the way. Alex says, damn, brother, missed your live. Anyway, God bless. Well, thank you, Alex. We're here now, maybe, because we're getting near the end right here. Sup, Nate? Sipping on some Crown Vanilla right now. Ooh, I do like Crown. And late to the pod, do you see the leaked ICE memo about not needing warrants to enter homes? Ooh, I have not seen that. Also, what's your favorite AR brand and drink of choice? Favorite AR brand? Well, the problem is it's not just like one full platform. So currently, my AR-15 or one of my AR-15s, the one I like the most that I'm using, is a Aero Precision lower with a Geisley upper, Geisley barrel, EOTech Gen 5 optic with a EOTech 3x magnifier. So that's my favorite AR platform right now. Favorite drink? I mean, old fashions, man. I'm a old fashioned guy for sure. But yeah, so those are my favorite AR, favorite whiskey platform, or no, favorite AR platform, favorite whiskey drink. There we go. Vampire Accountant says, thank you for your service. But before I said I hated MAGA, to be clear, I hate Trump, Cash, the puppy killer, ooh, yeah, etc., for covering up the Epstein files, etc. And I think that's where most conservative Republicans are, is they're still just conservative Republicans, but they don't like Trump or the Trump administration, including people like Cash and Kristi Noem and all of the what, I don't know, looks to me to be just like worthless fucking theater kids. That just kind of feels like this entire administration is. And I don't know. Has anything been done? Has anything been done 1 year later? This is the way I look at it. Has anything been done? Has anything been accomplished? The border is pretty good, as in like the physical border itself. Outside of that, I don't know. The economy is fucking trash. The labor market's trash. Even immigration's pretty bad. As in, you're not deporting anybody, but obviously the ICE situation is causing massive fucking problems in the country on top of it. So it's like you're having zero success with anti-immigration while also causing tons of fucking drama. Foreign policy has been an absolute disaster. I'm trying to think of like good things. Eggs are down. Yeah, gas is down a little bit. It's still almost $4 a gallon here. I don't know. Maybe we're going to get there. Maybe something positive is going to happen. I'm not really seeing it. But anyway. Bobby says, I'll roll with you. I'll roll with 6 ya, bro. Give me a date and time. I'll bring the gas station booze. Talking about rolling? Bobby, you talking about like rolling in the jiu-jitsu gym? We're too old for that, brother. Me and you both. How about we just sit down and have some gas station booze together? That seems like a much better idea for us. Man, guys, should I talk about this? I don't know if I can talk about this yet. Maybe not. I was going to talk about when I was out in Vegas, hanging out with Jake Shields, former fucking UFC fighter. I'm sure you guys know who Jake is. I did not. Jake was like, man, we should fucking train together. I'm like, yeah, that'd be cool. As in, like, you guys fuck me up, and then the in the gym, and then I can take you out and do firearms training. And then Jake took Kyle Rittenhouse to his gym to go hang out with Sean Strickland and everybody, which did not go well. If you haven't watched that for Kyle, the gym was not happy when he showed up. But I was kind of like, Jake, you didn't take me? You didn't take me to go see fucking Sean Strickland and the boys at the gym and the Diaz brothers. What the fuck, Jake? Come on, Jake. Which Jake's my boy, right? But how come Kyle Rittenhouse got to go get fucked up and threaten to get killed at your gym and not me? Which did happen to him, by the way. But you guys, you can watch that content over on Jake's channel. It actually was a pretty big deal. One of the fighters at the gym was super, super pissed off that he showed up. But anyway, I don't want to step on Jake's content at all. But we got my episode coming out with Jake probably pretty soon. Should be a good one. Super non-controversial. You can imagine what was talked about on that one. What's up, Penna? Okay, Penna. Look at Penna. He went away from flexing on all the chat for how jacked he is to hanging out with a 100-pound dumbbell right next to him. Penna says, here's a little something to put towards your $1 billion tithing to Trump for your seat on the panel of peace. Have a great stream, brother. Yeah, I forgot about that. The one you can buy your way into the panel of peace. I believe Putin is talking about buying his way into the panel of peace. It's almost like it's almost like this panel of peace. You can spend $1 billion being upon it. It's what's the counter Justice League? What's the Justice League for the bad guys? What's it called, guys? You know what I'm talking about, right? The not the Justice League, but we all remember it when we were kids, the on the cartoon where all the bad guys were. The Legion of Doom. Yeah. There it is. Ministry of Doom, Legion of Doom. That's what it feels like, doesn't it? When like Netanyahu's being invited, Putin's being invited, Trump's on the board. You're like, these are the worst fucking people in the world that are overseeing, like Putin, Netanyahu, Trump. Like, how are these are the people overseeing the board of peace? Okay. It's fucking crazy. Excuse me. John says Metal Gear Solid 2 Sons of Liberties its correlations to AI and how it's rapidly starting to break down social development and how it relates to the truth. It's very eye-opening in how we are traversing it. I don't know the game, but when it comes to AI, yeah, it's getting pretty sketchy out here. Roshock says Cash made a public comment about the Epstein files. All redacted. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Yeah, that one as well. Can I forward the tip to you? Yeah, you can email me, and then I can I'll forward it to Jesse if you need it. Ethan says, I listened to what he had to say, and I was just like, wow, I didn't know people thought this was real life. His friend worked alongside Mossad. Ethan looks like a UFC fighter here. Looking good. Baze says, FYI, I didn't hear the disclaimer last time or I wouldn't have clipped it. Yeah, Baze did. You guys want to see the, what is this, the one he clipped? Oh, is this it? I don't know why I keep messing this up. Anyway, yeah, Baze clipped me pretty hard. Baze clipped me calling Erica Kirk a coke whore. As in, you know, it is what it is. And I want to like be very, very clear. I meant reformed. I didn't say that on the last episode when Erica Kirk was talking about how she loves cocaine. Okay. I meant reformed. She is a reformed coke whore. Okay. And I'm not judging. Like she like, and she's the one that talked about it. Okay. She's the one that's putting out the Instagram messages talking about fucking loving cocaine. That's not me. Okay. I'm just saying. I meant reformed as like she grew out of it, right? Allegedly reformed. There we go. That's what I meant. Even though Baze did clip me on that pretty hard, but it is what it is. Like we are used to getting clipped saying ridiculous shit on this channel. It's fine. It's fine. We get attacked and we just move on with our lives, right? Somehow you guys still show up week after week to support the channel. Well, Nate says insane shit that gets him in trouble. So we got that going for us. All right. Our greatest ally, Ali Benny, he called Trump's award the Prince of Peace. Yeah, Trump is the Prince of Peace, dude. He won. Let's think about all of the peace prizes that Donald Trump has won this year. He won the FIFA, like the soccer, you know, the video game, like FIFA. He won the FIFA Peace Prize. First, like, it's not a real award, but like they invented it out of thin air. It's never been awarded to anybody before. He won that one. He also won the Israeli Prize, which is the peace prize that's given out typically to whatever Israeli is, I would assume, the best at killing Palestinians, like for the year. I'm pretty sure that's what that reward is. Correct me if I'm wrong. Like that's going to get clipped as well. Fuck. But I assume that's what the Israeli Peace Prize is. Like whoever's the best at killing people in Gaza, they get the award for that year. And then now, Maria Machado, who won the Nobel Peace Prize, even though it's non-transferable and you cannot gift it to someone, has now given it to Donald Trump, who now very bizarrely is holding Maria Machado's, not gifted to Trump because it's not allowable. He is holding another random woman's Nobel Peace Prize in the Oval Office. Very, very bizarre. But he's got 3 of them, sort of. Now, not really, doesn't really have them, but like, you guys know, like when you're like 6-year-old kid is playing soccer for the first time and like everybody, like they go like 0-10 on the year. They lose every game by like 10 fucking goals. And you're like, wow, this is brutal to watch. Brutal to watch. But at the end of the season, we still give all the kids that participation trophy. Like, hey, thank you for like showing up and trying, even though you fucking did nothing. It's kind of what our president feels like. Isn't that kind of what our president feels like? It's like the retarded kid that never got to play, has no idea what's going on. But like, hey, make sure like we give him all the participation trophies. I'm just saying, it just feels like participation trophies. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm outside my wheelhouse here. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but it does feel like there's a lot of participation trophies going on right now. Just saying. Dustin says, can't dazzle without the razzle theater Green Beret. That's right, dude. If there's anything Green Berets are good at, it's theatrics. And actually, kind of true. Kind of true. And I'll tell you this. Did you guys know that the world record for the biggest LARPing, you guys know what LARPing is? Everybody in the chat know what a LARPing is? Live action role play. Right? If you think about like what's the movie with Sean William Scott and Paul Rudd with the kid from Superbad where they like go out and do the jousting and they're like role playing as medieval knights. The largest live action role play event in the entire world, yeah, Cody got it, is Robin Sage, which is the culmination exercise to become a Green Beret. Green Berets actually do have the world record for the largest live action role playing event in the world. That's actually a real thing. So we can't, I can't talk too much shit because you're not wrong. Israel saying they'll break from our money, and 27 tells me they're planning to an attack on the United States. So to Mike's point, yes, Netanyahu came out and said that they are trying to break away all ties from all financial ties and military funding ties from the United States by, I thought it was 2030, but maybe by 2027. My argument with that is just fucking do it now, dude. Like, how about we just don't give you any more money? If this is your plan, which I approve of, by the way, like, let's do it now. Let's just not give you any more fucking money. I don't know how you guys feel about that, but that's where I'm at. If you don't think you need any more money in 2 years from now, let's fucking stop giving you that money right goddamn now. It seems like a good idea. Tiller says, nothing better than a good gay joke. As a 90s child, every friend was gay. I asked Jesse about you and him on the mats. He dodged it and said you would smoke him in striking, but grappling was unsure. Oh, bro. No. Don't. Jesse, not only grappling is a 100% chance that Jesse would fuck me up beyond belief, and striking is pretty close to 100% chance, even how big I am, that Jesse would probably fuck me up. Don't let Jesse be humble about that. And I train, by the way, guys. He would fuck me up beyond belief. I love hair. Jesse's such a good dude for saying that. But in stand-up, yeah, I think it would be pretty. I'd probably handle Jesse in stand-up because I'm so much bigger than him. I got 70 pounds on him probably, but it would still be close. But on the ground, no, Jesse dumps me on my head and chokes me out in 7 seconds. Every single time. It's not even fucking close. So thank you to Jesse for being so kind about that. But no, Jesse fucks everybody up in our space. It's not even, there's no point for us to even pretend that's going to happen. No, Jesse would choke me out in 19 seconds every single time. Even how big I am, it doesn't matter. Jesse is far more legit than people realize, especially when it comes to grappling. Yeah, no thanks. I have no interest in that. I have no interest in being choked out by Jesse in 20 seconds. And yeah, it's not a thing. But yeah, he fucked me up. It is what it is. He's a 99 Zulu. Wang Banger. Yeah, oh yeah. Tier says nothing better than we just got this one. Thank you, brother. You legit sip on a glass, plural one. You're not knocking them back, and you stream 2 to 4 hours off on your example of self-control, if anything. But Nate, you're drunk and incoherent. I know, right? You guys think I'm just like slipping them in here without you guys seeing them? It's not a thing. But thank you, brother. Appreciate you. And I'm trying to have fun. Like, this is enjoyable, guys. That's the entire point. We're supposed to have fun here. We're all supposed to hang out, kick back, have a drink, have fun, talk shit about the world. That's what we do here. If you want a like sober fucking stream, then who was it? Where was this guy at? Oh, yeah. If you're looking for like a nice, wholesome stream, here's what I would say. See this guy right here? Brenlin Hollyhand. Here's what I would suggest. Go ahead and like follow this fucking guy in his nice collared shirt. And best-selling author of something about Jesus in the public square. This is what I would suggest. Go watch that guy if that's what you're looking for. Because that's not what you're getting here on this channel. And the regulars on this channel already know that. So lots of promises, more disappointment. Yeah, I agree with you on that one, Bina. Jenna says border Xings are down, but not even close to zero. Sort that shit out. ICE bailing the boat instead of repairing the goddamn hole and being assholes while doing it. Actually dumb as fuck. I don't know. I would assume that like border crossings are definitely not at zero. They are obviously way, way down from the Biden administration, which I've always given Trump credit for the border itself. However, I think he's done a terrible job with ICE and actual re-immigration, because we can look at Clinton, we can look at George Bush, we can look at Obama, and they all deported substantially more people than Trump has with zero issues. And so that's my big criticism with that is, I mean, former presidents deported 5 times as many people as you with no controversy. So probably should figure that out. John says a man took a woman's prize. Where's Riley Gaines to have a bitch about it? Just, yeah. Rumi says old fashions are to bomb. What are your thoughts on the Kurds in Syria and what might happen with the head chopper in chief? They're not giving a shit. Man, we have been fucking over the Kurds for I don't know how many decades at this point. 5 decades. We have, and this was in Iraq, this is in Syria. The Kurds have been more than willing to ally and help the United States over. And this is from Desert Storm 1 to Global War on Terror. Just over and over and over. The Kurds have been willing to help the United States, and we have skull fucked them and left them to die over and over and over again. And I think it's horrible. I think it's absolutely horrible that we have done that. And it's not the first time we did it. We did it in Vietnam to our partners there. We did it to the Kurds in the global and the first in Desert Storm. We did it to all of our partners in the global war on terror. We did it in Afghanistan, right? Like we just do this over and over and over and over and over again. Where and this is why people who are like the Venezuelan people who are cheering on, oh my God, or the Iranian. I don't think the Iranian people are actually cheering this on, but like, oh, America, we just need you to come save Iran or come save Venezuela. It's like, that's not what we fucking do. We don't come save you. We come use you. We come use you for strategic goals in your region or in your country. And then when we prosper what we want out of that, we fucking leave you there to fucking die. We did it in Vietnam. We did it in Desert Storm to the Kurds. We did it to 6 different countries in global war on terror. That's what we do. And as a Green Beret, it really fucking bothers me because the politicians do it. So what you do is you send Green Berets predominantly, and this was in Vietnam. This has been the same thing in all of these conflicts, Latin America, Vietnam, Desert Storm, global war on terror. You send Green Berets into work by, with, and through and build the capabilities of these nation partner forces, whether it be the Kurds, whether it be whatever faction in Syria, in Iran, or in Iraq, Afghanistan. And then we fight with these people for years and years and years, and they risk their lives for us. And then we just say, actually, fucking, just kidding. See ya. Fuck you. And we leave them there to die. And we did. And again, as my dad is a Green Beret, listen to him. He'll tell you the same thing about how fucking terrible it is that we left all of his partners there to fucking die, which we did. And then we did the same thing. Same people I worked with in Afghanistan got left to die. I have people that I know, interpreters that I worked with, whose family members were fucking slaughtered after the withdrawal. People I worked with, slaughtered. So anyway, that's a little bit of a side. But yeah, it's frustrating. Frustrating from the war fighters position, as in you send us to go carry out these strategic initiatives, and then we pay the sort of the emotional and mental price of that, as well as the people we're working with, and then we just leave them to fucking die, and we bounce. That's what we do over and over and over again, and it's sad. But it's the politicians. It's the politicians that make those decisions, not... That's why I try to tell people that are like critical of the military about this. It's like, we don't make these decisions. The American military doesn't decide what we do with this. This is the politicians that make those decisions. And when the politicians decide to hang those people out to dry, it's very, very difficult for the warfighter, because the warfighter actually went and served alongside these people, right? But anyway, I want to get too down that rabbit hole. But good comment. Usha's carrying JD. All right, now we jumped right back out of seriousness into comedy. Usha carrying JD and Erica as EMP Erica's baby. Usha is carrying what like they had. All right, let's like really think our way through this comment. What this would actually mean is that JD and Erica used in vitro on Usha with their own baby. All right, that's a lot. That's a lot. That's a little too much. That would be a lot. Vampire says, yo, should I 3D print you a Nobel Peace Prize? No, not for me. I'm not like Donald Trump. I do not deserve a Nobel Peace Prize. I went and did terrible, violent things on behalf of this nation. Way more than Trump did, by the way. And so, no, I don't want a Nobel Peace Prize because I didn't earn it. Just like our president didn't earn one. Buff like Jesus with a big $100 dono. What's up, brother? I appreciate you being here. Like always, man. Thank you very much. Cheers, buddy. Hey, Matt Benny's power bottom. Matt Benny's power bottom throat goat Walsh. Oh my God. There's a lot going on there. Just got to 100% disability after 10 years. Bought a Sig Cross Magnum and a Steiner M7XI scope with the back pay just a spite after that train wreck video. Oh, you got 100% disability after 10 years of working on it. Well, congratulations to you, man. I'm sure you obviously deserve it, as I don't know your background. You're a regular on the channel, but with your 10th Mountain patches, I would assume, right, your time in the infantry with the 10th Mountain, that you most likely 1,000% more likely than don't deserve what you got. And yes, also fuck Matt Walsh. Can we say that? Can we just collectively, as Americans, say fuck Matt Walsh? Are we at that point? Are we ready? Are we ready as Americans to just say fuck the Daily Wire, fuck Matt Walsh, fuck Ben Shapiro? Are we there yet? Have we gotten there? Or are we still fighting? Because I feel like after Matt Walsh's recent attack on disabled veterans, I think we're there. I think we're just there. Where like America is like, nah, fuck the Daily Wire, fuck Matt Walsh. I think we're there, guys. I don't think we need to like mental gymnastic our way about it. I think these are the worst fucking people in the country. And here's what I'm saying. When I watch content, I'll watch, it's painful, watch the Daily Wire. I'll watch Michael Knowles and Ben Shapiro and Matt Walsh yap their stupid fucking mouths. And then I'll watch Anna Kasparian, who's a leftist. And I'll go, man, I really like what Anna's talking about right now. Wow, I really agree with what Anna's saying on this. Not on everything. But when I can watch someone who's an actual leftist and I'm like, oh, I like what she's talking about. I appreciate this. But then I look at these conservative fucking dorks, conservative, at the Daily Wire, there's not a single fucking thing that comes out of their mouths ever where I'm like, oh, I really like what he's talking about. Like, how often are you like, in 2026, man, I really like what Ben Shapiro's putting out today. I really like what Matt Walsh is talking about today in 2026. Who the fuck's saying that in the conservative space anymore? And the fact that we can look at, again, left-wing content creators, like someone like, Anna Kasparian's a little bit different than everybody else because we're just fans of Anna in general. And I think Anna is super based in America First. But I mean, at the same time, you look across the wire and be like, everything coming out of Ben Shapiro's mouth is 1,000 times fucking worse. Like, did you guys watch? I'm going to probably do an episode on it tomorrow. Did you guys watch the interview between Ben Shapiro and Gavin Newsom? Did you guys watch that? Because they sat there together like they were two peas in a pod, just agreeing on foreign policy. And you're like, oh, if Gavin Newsom and Ben Shapiro are on the same page, yeah, no thanks. No thanks. I'll pass on fucking all of that. Yes, exactly. Right? Look at this guy. Oh my gosh. Oh, he would look good in Anna's clothes. Well, good one. Frank. Frank, could you imagine you trying to wear my clothes? I'm sure you wear a female size medium. Okay. Let's not talk about what type of clothes that you or I could fit in. Little guy. Chill out a little bit, bud. All right, little baby boy. Little baby boy. Little tiny man. A little upset tiny man. All right. 5 says, thoughts on William Kelly protester stolen valor. Is this the guys, again, I was out of town in Vegas. I'm not kept up on everything. Is this the guy on the Christian churches that got caught that's being exposed for stolen valor? JD sent me some of this stuff. I am like just getting, it is. Yeah. I'm just getting informed on that story. All right. So I'm working on it. We'll probably talk about that soon. If it's stolen valor, I'm going to skull fuck you. Don't care who you are. But yeah, JD just filled me in on this one. Yeah. Dom Lem's team leader. Yeah. Guys, I do want to do some videos on Don Lemon's dumb fucking ass going in and fucking with the churches. I just, again, was out of town in Vegas. So we are going to do some content on that. Trust me. That pisses me off just as much as, any other synagogue or, mosque, church. If you're going to go in and just fuck with people that are trying to go about their day and just, carry out their faith, like, fuck off, man. So that includes Don Lemon, fucking douche. Anyway, sorry. If you're a Don Lemon fan, I think Don Lemon is a gigantic douche for what he did. But sorry, but it is what it is. That's how I feel about that. Okay. Freedom of speech is fine, but also if you go into fucking a church or a mosque or a synagogue and you start fucking berating people, like, fucking fuck off, man. You know what I mean? Like, just leave people alone when they're like exercising their First Amendment rights and their religion. Like, come on, dude. Anyway, we'll get to that. We do have some episodes coming on that, I promise. If more people understood the insane indoctrinating that goes on in the Philadelphia, that's a Coach Colin reference right there. At a young age, they would be shocked. Yeah. Vietnam was a political loss, not a strategic military loss. Words of fat electrician, 100%. It's exactly what my dad would say. And yes, could we have won Vietnam strategically? Yes, but not. America did not have the appetite for it. They just didn't. Just much like at the end of the global war on terror, America did not have the appetite for it. Also, we ran it. We just did not run the war to win it. But that's an entire conversation for another time. But no. Oh, speaking of which, speaking of fat electrician, saw him a couple times out at Vegas. We were trying to do a podcast together with the Unsub guys. I was gonna hopefully. I am working on some content with Brandon Herrera and Fat Electrician right now. But I had to leave. Had to come back home, and everybody else stayed out at SHOT Show. But yes, we are working on doing some content together. Great dudes, by the way. Love the Unsub guys. Scott said, stock up on the food, seeds, and ammo. And yes, we are there. Forget them all. Buff Like Jesus, 10th Mountain, 3rd Brigade, Afghanistan, 2011, 2012. There you go. Hell yeah, brother. Appreciate it. Glad to hear that you're fucking finally getting taken care of 10 years later. Thank you, Charles. Texas says, try some Mark Levine. Super USA first. Paste. I know this is a joke, but this is a fantastic joke. Fantastic joke on this channel. Yes, Mark Levine is super USA first and super based for sure. Bobby says, with a big $50 dono, thank you, Bobby. From the conservative space, fuck you, Matt Walsh. Yes, from the conservative space, from the veteran space, from the active duty community, it is crazy the backlash that Matt Walsh got. Even from some of my buddies that are like the most hardcore, like MAGA, they're veterans, right? Like hardcore, like MAGA content creators, which I do have friends that are. Even they trashed this fucking guy for this. So everybody fucking hates this guy right now in the space, Bobby. And it's deserved for sure. All right, last one. Australia says, fuck Matt Walsh and Ben every day. Well, we love Australia, so not shocking that you guys have great taste, by the way. So, holy shit. So USA has never won a war? You mean like the Revolutionary War? Spanish-American War, Mexican-American War, World War I, yes, and includes World War II, even though we probably maybe fought on the wrong side. I don't know. That's your own opinion on that. But we won a lot of wars early. Haven't won. Actually, I believe we've actually won every single war we've ever been in. But it turns out that we do not declare war that often. Vietnam's not a war. Desert Storm wasn't a war. The global war on terror wasn't a war. I missed some supers. I don't think I missed any supers, did I? We got one more here. Bina says, how do you speak to family about being politically homeless? This is a good question. All my people are hung up on Trump being angelic or the devil. I feel seen watching your channel. I don't know how to express my views without rudeness. This is a really good question, Bina. I do sit in my own family sort of in the same position. Not my mom. My mom and dad. My mom's lifelong Democrat, although she's more of a moderate. My mom's more of a politically homeless person now. My dad still is, pretty right wing, pretty Fox News boomer. Although he's drifting this way. And then the rest of my family, to your point, is either like fucking way over here on the left or way over here on the right. I just try to, when it comes to this, I think the biggest thing when you talk about not leading with rudeness is the best way to do it. I think the second you try to engage politically and you come from a lens of sort of not like arrogance, but like, I'm going to educate you especially with your parents or your family members, like, hey, I'm going to educate you on why you need to be more left or why you need to be more right, is never going to work. And so the best way you can do it, and what I've found, is just leading sort of with facts that are non-political. And so with like my own parents, when we've talked about our greatest ally, I'll just talk about the actual numbers or the actual data that goes into what's happened in Gaza or what happened in World War II. And it's like, hey, let's talk about objective data and objective facts. And then like slowly sort of move people in a different direction, but you're not going to upend people's worldviews, especially if it's your parents that are, 60, 70, 80 years old. You're not going to change their worldviews overnight. And so the best you can do is just engage in conversation and in a super like nice and respectful way, and try to like meet in the middle, even if you don't feel like you should. That's sort of the best way you can like, it's more like the, you get more bees with sugar than shit, right? Like with honey. That's the best way I would explain to do it, is what we're talking about with your family members, right? Like people on the internet, people you don't know, who gives a fuck? You don't need to move anyone in any other direction, but your own family members or people that you're close to, that's usually the best way to do it. It's hard to do. Also, what I would also say is like, don't, and this is to everybody in the community, in the channel, don't lose family relationships. Don't lose your relationships with your friends because they don't agree with you politically. It's just not that fucking worth it. It's not that important. It is important in the grand scheme of things, right? But like, if you're like my sister, for example, super far left, right? Like to where ideology wise, I could like barely agree with anything, but like, we just don't talk about politics at all. And we have a great relationship, because it's like, that's what I would suggest. Right. And it's maybe hard to do, but just with your family members, people that you love and you care about, like, don't let fucking politics ruin that, is all I would say on that, because your family's way more important than whether you like Trump or don't like Trump. I agree to disagree. I think that's a big one right there. Right. All right. Oh shit. We got a couple more and then we're going to jump out of here. All right. James says USA best country in the history of the world. This is actually, I believe this to be true. I do, even now. I don't know how long it'll be true for, but I think we're still there. Bella says, thank you for your service. Refreshing to see a non-political vet podcast is truth. We're pretty political now. As in politics, though, we're very independent. So, but yeah, I mean, I think we're one of the rare veterans that are just like, fuck it, we'll talk about whatever we want politically now. We finally just said screw it about a year ago, probably less than that. What about Korea, Vietnam? Again, I think we talked about that probably since you posted it. AJ says also, we would have won those conflicts if it weren't for politicians and the ROE they chose. 100% true. And like, what does victory mean in Vietnam? What did it mean in Afghanistan? In Afghanistan, what victory meant was killing Osama bin Laden, the guy who was supposedly behind 9/11. We did that in 2013. We got rid of Al Qaeda. We pretty much destroyed all of Al Qaeda by that point, and then we just stayed and we nation built. And so, like, what does losing actually mean? What does winning actually mean? Well, nation building. We've shown that we have a 0% success record in nation building. We're good at removing people from power, but not so great at building the nation afterwards. All right, last one here. Mrs. Super just said Tate sucks his thumb to go to sleep. Well, I don't know if that's true or not, but it is what it is. All right, one more, and then we got to get out of here. All right. Mark said, lost a piece of my spine to an IED blast in Sangin. and it took over 10 years of stress to get all of my VA benefits. Fuck Matt Walsh. This is a great, great comment. And there are so many veterans who have dealt with this exact same thing, trying to get their benefits. And this is what really pissed me off about Matt Walsh is he doesn't understand the level of difficulty so many veterans actually have gone through to just get basic benefits like this. So like his comments that, oh, it's just this fucking system where you just walk in and just say that you got a problem and you get unlimited money. Like, fuck you, dude. That's not how any of this works. That's not how any of it works. Everything has to be backed up by service records. Everything has to be backed up by medical records. So anyway, I don't want to get too down the rabbit hole on old Matt Walsh on this one. All right, last one. Zed says, hey, brother, active duty Army infantry here, support and watch your videos a lot. Thank you for your service. Well, thank you, Zeds. I appreciate you, brother. We love our active duty brothers as well, man. Hope you're doing absolutely fantastic. Stay safe out there. Love to hear it, man. All right. So we did it, guys. Wrap up our Friday live stream. Thank you guys so much for sticking with us. Thank you to Jesse. Obviously, he had to jump out early because, again, he just got back from Mexico literally minutes before we jumped on the live stream. We got our regular scheduled Tuesday live coming up. We've been out of town for the last week, and we're back on our regular scheduled content. Somebody said Munchkin bed. I thought you said Munchkin's a Fed. We were about to have some problems. It's one thing. You want to call me a Fed, that's one thing. Do not call Munchkin a Fed. We'll get Munchkin in here in the next one. All right. So, yes, we'll be back Tuesday for a regular scheduled live stream. We'll probably have a couple videos on before that. And thank you all so much. Pretty big live stream tonight. So appreciate you all so much. And we will catch you all, or for those of you who want to show back up, on Tuesday. So that's going to do it for now. And I will catch y'all a little bit next week. See you guys.